us to cast their vote. All of you make sure you come from home and cast your vote. And we encourage them to stay there and guard their vote. Keep your face mask on, maintain social distancing, but keep there and watch all the proceedings. General Museveni has switched off the internet because he wants to keep Uganda and the world in the dark about what's going on. But you can do it because this is your country. This day, I'm even much more glad that he's able to regain his conscience and to understand what's going on. When I heard this morning that he is going to cast his vote, I was so glad. I know that even when I was casting my vote, I was dedicating it to many of our friends that are in hospital, that are in prison, that are dead and buried. Cannot help to think about my brother Nubian Lee, who is my closest friend, who gave me the confidence to take on General Museveni. The feeling that the fact that he's not going to be able to vote for me, the fact that Eddie Mutwe is not able to vote for me, that Dan Magic, that Bobiwine and many other friends are not able to vote for me, it is heartbreaking. But that Ashraf Kaside is going to be able to cast this ballot, that takes away the sadness. And I know that his vote means quite a lot, not just to me as an individual, but to many comrades that have been brutalized. Finally, we have taken yet another fundamental step.
Yes, that has been the president of the National Unity Platform. I'm trying my best to connect to a live broadcast. Counting is already on. Yeah, twice the network. I'm jamming now. Oh my goodness. Why? Okay, let me first
Musirike. Atano.
Welcome to 9 point something.
Nsambu. Now. Atano.
Yes, friends, those that are watching this, of course, voting has started, and let us not just look at the voting process. Let us all be ready to go at the district headquarters this evening. Let us immediately after the voting, the counting, kindly make sure that you find yourself at the district headquarters. Fenna twesange ku district kino kigwa leero, tubijjemu omuzannyo. Yes, tubijjemu ekyejo. Fenna batandise okuzannya filimu. Yeah, information coming in Rakai. I had police. Let me see. What is the update that was just sent to me now? I'm going to collect each and everything, and I'm going to be reading for you. But what I can say to you, more than 10 NUP supporters have been shot dead in Mbarara by the Uganda military and police. So, and a lot is yet to come, as I'm going to be connecting with friends in various regions. Look at this. Where is it? Where is this? Even in Mbale and 7 in Kabale. So they want to start their comedy this evening, but let us be vigilant. Soko tusigire ekifaananyi ki ekiri e Masaka awo?
Ekiri e Masaka wano waddewo omubaka muri Sipita Kagimu n'eddakiika nga 5 mabega wa NRM ayingidde watakkirizibwa kubanga ayingira mu budde nga banatera okugalawo okulonda. Naye abantu beebeereddemu nnyo batabuse, era omusirikale n'agamba no tali supposed kubanga ayingira muno, era akomekerezeddwa ng'afulumiddwa n'amannya g'ekitalo ng'amanyi g'abantu gennyini ne gasiza musindiikiriza. Mpozi ekyali ekiriwo era gye buvuddeko bavuddeyo ejenti waffe omu n'atwalibwa. Waliwo amasimu agakubibwa abantu abamu abali ku kyalaate abagamba nti nali mugaba ssente babe nga sitabali mukola nga bamutwala era atwalidde ku poliisi wetwogerera naye nga teri kikola na kimu kiri kyabadde agezaako kubanga akola. Ate owaabwe abadde agezaako kuwa enguzi kigambibwa ye bw'addusiddwa amaze n'akomerezebwawo naye abantu lokuba nti beebeereramu batabuse abantu ne bagamba tekijja kusoboka era mu maanya g'ekitalo ne bamufulumya otogerera ali bweru ne bamugamba aletewo omulala replacement. So mpozi waliwo gye bamaze okulonda bayitewo bigando village. President Museveni afunyewo obululu 7.
7 oba 7?
Obululu 3 Bobiwine afunyewo obululu 3 Museveni afunye obululu 7.
Obululu 7 Bobiwine 3
Bobiwine afunye obululu 7 afunye obululu 3 Bobiwine. Yoweri Kaguta afunye obululu 70.
Oh, okay.
Yes, a boarding station ye Uganda Primary School. Kati wetwogerera ndi ku Kalubanda Primary School bagenda kubala obudde buno. Era nga njagala kukwata mawulire agakigenda mu maaso. Abantu bakakamu bakipinda distance nenga bagala kulaba kye kigenda mu maaso. Kuba tebakkirizaawo omuntu n'omu akola kajagalalo.
Okay. Kati ngenda kuba nkuddira
kyefuneko essembabule.
Essembabule.
Nabbi nazindiseeyo omwana n'ennaku emukudde nnyo nga batiikinga akatabo kalamba ku Museveni bakayiwamu mu box. Akatabo kalamba nga bakayiwa mu box. Era ebifaananyi ebyo ngezaako okugamba omwana bateekala akatono nnyo amale okubala ssebo.
Okay, alright, ngenda kuddamu kukubireko. Alright, that is the situation in Masaka. This comrade connected with the Sembabule, but what has happened in Sembabule, it is shocking. They have been ticking and rigging votes in broad daylight, ticking the entire ballot book. Not a single ballot paper, but entire ballot book, and then inserting it in the ballot box. What a shame. That's what has happened in Sembabule. That is Sembabule. So we are soon going to get all details. Remember, we have been informing you that call your friends, call your relatives, inform them, because I'm very sure each one of you has a relative, a friend, anyone you can call. Tell them to fully get involved in this. Yeah, that is the update from Sembabule, that the rigging has been so massive. They have been taking the entire ballot book. So let's get back to this presentation. I see.
So, what do you want? Jungle.
Stand by your
Yes, Peter. You what? Today? No, I haven't heard about that. Yeah, let me confirm. Okay.
I'm trying to connect to different people. Let me connect to someone in Bunyoli, Butaleja district. Yeah. But what I can say to you, each and everyone is very busy. Just like you've seen, the voting process has started already. So everyone is busy.
Hello.
Hello, Sebo.
Sebo.
Ya jebale ko tukomyewo anti ngambye kansoke nkuddira engeri gy'oli mu district etali ya wano mu central. Otusooka okutusiigire ku kifaananyi ekiri e Butalejja. Barandise okubala obululu. Naye nga kiri kitya tewabaddeewo kavuyo konna konna during the time okuva twayogedde ku macapa kakati. Naye nga sofa bakabala wooli kigenda kitya?
Wendi kibadde kikyagenda bulungi nga Kyagulanyi akyalidinze.
Kyagulanyi akyalidinze? Okay. Kirungi nnyo kizaamu amaanyi. Waba olaba bayinza kumala saameka okubala olulwawo then mulyoke mugende ku district.
Kati ziri 10 ndowooza zigenda wera 12 bagenda kuba bawedde kati nga mbayitamu obuyise kubaggyako DRA forms.
Kubaggyako DRA forms, eh? Okay, kyakabi nnyo kati wabula eddakiika just 19 ziwere saa 12 ya. Alright, webale nnyo kati nja kuddamu okukoonekaawo naye nga tweberere muganda wange ngenda kuddamu kukooneka kaawe kawungezi ompe final results. Kale webale nnyo. Alright, that is Butaleja. Butaleja, let me see. Managiwa when nawandise. Come on. Okay, let me connect where. Kapire Biongo. Vale. Okay, let me first connect to. Alright. Nayenga tebagizane bakwata mu kalulu. Kitegeera.
Owakale myufu, tegezo wa yero. Owakale njeru, tegezo wa papo. Temugezane mukwata mu kalulu. Owakale myufu, tegezo wa yero. Owakale njeru, tegezo wa papo. Temugezane mukwata mu kalulu. Owakale myufu, tegezo wa yero. Owakale njeru, tegezo wa papo. Temugezane mukwata mu kalulu. Sakalakala mitte, banda Uganda mwena mujje. Bavubuka bato bakadde, munyenye ku kalibe enjole. Esitugiryeko makoola, tukyabulira mu miranga. Tusabire ensi yaffe, ayi Katonda yamba Uganda. Ibinya 5 mu mukaaga ndi mu kibuga. Wano ku ngoma ya Namujolo bakuba n'akasa ensasi bakasimba. Embutu ewuuno wamujja kuzokona. Kona dungu n'amadinda munakodeyo. Konengala bigwanga mujjete batubba kalulu. Konengala bigwanga mujjete batubba kalulu. Muliro kuzikiro na muliro kana kalulu muliro. Wakale myufu, tegezo wa yero.
Let me first connect to a comrade who is in Gulu, Gulu West and Gulu East. Let me see what he has for us.
Owakale njeru, tegezo wa papo. Temugezane mukwata mu kalulu. Owakale myufu, tegezo wa yero. Owakale njeru, tegezo tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu kiri mu Uganda buli omwaka nula amaso zikinda bwe muli kiraba muli ekwekanga misonso kiboko zifuusa kiboko ne bamumenye enkogo kalinda minyira kabise mukono gusumulukuse berebe dwanu guise mukalulu bamusinze kibukwa zimbye omutima ulira kifalu mukalulu ikukupye yabise kaliso liso lodi meya sidaka kokolo chali komando kucyamuzima yuni yajye yotaichi bobiye wakalati musisali sabuti banu bamize pini abasubuzi n'abatembeye wakiseka mbukuli owakala myufu owakala yero owakala bulu owakala yero temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu owakala myufu owakala yero owakala papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu temugeza muleti obaloti kuno moto kuno muliro abebu banjuba abebu banjuba abamu mambuka atabira abamu westi temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu ulufiga kugamba kusasira kugamba mayija kugamba byabakama abachakalanya kigomba gamba temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu yakusinza abayakusinza amazima baba tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu sakalakala midde bannayuganda mwena mujje bavubuka bato bakadde munyenye kukali benjole esitugiryeko makola tukyamulira mu miranga tusabire ensi yaffe ayi katonda yamba Uganda 2006 ndi mu kibuga kono ku ngoma ya namujolo bakuba n'akasa ensasi mpaka simba embutu ewuno wamujja kuzokona kona dungu n'amadinda munakodeyo kona engala bigwanga mujjete batumba kalulu kona engala bigwanga mujjete batumba kalulu muliro guzikira na muliro kana kalulu muliro owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu kiri mu Uganda buli omwaka nula amaso zikinda bwe muli kiraba muli ekwekanga misonso kiboko zifuusa kiboko ne bamumenye enkogo kalinda minyira kabise mukono gusumulukuse berebe dwanu guise mukalulu bamusinze kibukwa zimbye omutima ulira kifalu mukalulu ikukupye yabise kaliso liso lodi meya sibyaka kokolo chali komando kucyamuzima yuni yajye yotaichi bobiye wakalati musisali sabuti banu bamize pini abasubuzi n'abatembeye wakiseka mbukuli owakala myufu owakala yero owakala bulu owakala yero temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu owakala myufu owakala yero owakala papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu temugeza muleti obaloti kuno moto kuno muliro abebu banjuba abebu banjuba abamu mambuka atabira abamu westi
bakiriza nawe wekitegereza kitegera
Central.
Opeyo bamaze okubala opeyo obwepeyo bwabadde bwa MP kati buno bwa president Valid 9. Musabu na nguvu tusikiwa jameni.
Yeah, this is Maraba. This is Maraba.
Bachabala. Ewa. Everyone's kuze afune bibiri katugende turabe. One.
Yeah, that has been Maraba. I'm trying as much as I can to let me see. Come on. All right. My comrade in Gulu, the one I was trying to connect to, his phone contact isn't going through. I don't know what's going on that side of Gulu. Let me try it again and see. But tell them they shouldn't.
Yakusinza mazima gabe mazima baba. Owakale myufu tegezo wa yero.
Sebo
okuyiga kw'enziga tokumanyi naye kazoke kuweko zoni emu yokka tugenda kuwandala kubanga bakyagatta wali mukazi waliwo zoni zebayita kirokole zoni
wangi
waliwo zoni zebayita kirokole
kirokole zoni mu kirokole
ompulira taata
nkuwulira bulungi
Muwonge
nkuwulira
waliwo zoni bayita kirokole zoni yonna tumaze zigata bonna polling station evuddemu 10
meka
Kyagulanyi 243 Kyagulanyi tumwabulwa 358
223 Bobiwine
243 oyo Kyagulanyi
243
bagira kirokole era buli majo kuwaliza bajja kuweza
Museveni 358 mu kirokole zoni
nja kuddira
okay nzirira ogira webereramu awo bifaananyi mu bikube bya okay kyakabi
nkalizo zodi yange okusinga gye ndiko kuba baddemu obusajja bungi
Okay, kamaro okukwata dana.
Flashing amba ngenda kuwekiddako.
Okay, kale. Going flashing ako flash. Okay. Yeah, Chirokole zone Kawempe, Bobiwine 2043, 7350. Yeah, we are still moving on, but as I always tell you guys, this is not yet over until it is over. You understand what I'm talking about? This is not yet over until it is over. This evening
tupambane nabo tulabe naye nga amawulire gamba wa malungi sofa polling station zonna zenakayitamu bamaze okubalanga tuli waggulu nga we mukiwulira alina okuba nga akongojja otusanga tuli waggulu nnyo zo bakyalina olwakumala okubala obulwa MP then babenga batalinga oluvannyuma nga banatukiza ku DR forms naye nga amawulire agaliwo sofa bubi okubala tuli waggulu waliwo watusinzeeko naye nga tusinzeeko obulubadde busatu sofa gennaakafuna kubanga naffe tuli mu kutambula tuva eno tudde eri naye ng'ewasigadde wonna neeno mu byalo gye tubadde tutasuubira kyamazima tuli waggulu kubanga waliwo wafunye obululu obuwerera ddala 121 omukulu alinawo 2 akati kitegeeza tuli waggulu tuli bubi jasi twongere osabiragana wano we bagambye okuyingira wano ku district nti mbu baagala covid certificate bannange fete tukibalise naye katusooke tuwereeryemu naye tulabe
awo we baagala okuzanyira komedi waabwe
awo baagala okuzanyira covid atalina covid kubanga bagamba tukole taaga omukulembeze yazikola era ne zituweebwa ne tuzigaba mu bulungi nnyo taga bano obwedda atuukawo kubanga twalonzeemu timu egenda okuba ku district ate nga nasaabala ate wetukola ki wetufuba okulaba tukumanya DR forms okuva ku kikuba agency abala nga bategedde ku district obwedda buli atuukawo kasoba ntigamba oli wanuufu covid result zebaagala covid certificate abalala pati zendala zonna tebazisaba basaba fekka covid certificate eyo
kale wulira ojwanga oyo
naye mutya
kozi
kugwa ettolero sipapa yekoze byonna byekola
soka abantu baddiremu amawulire ga sipapa kuba tebanaba gategeera bulungi
kubye babiri omwafiiriddewo omulala bali mu ddwaliro
bambi bona badde ba agents baffe
bangi bagenda bakosezza azze polling station ge mawulire genfunye nteekawo ekibuli kyakwagala kuteekinga kuteekamu bululu nakibuli mumanyi nti alina ekibuli nasanga nga ate aliko polling station naye alina ekibuli alinga nze kati ne basisinkana ng'oli alina ekibuli kye ono alina emmundu erimu amasasi egamukubwa egabakubwa bagezezaakawo okwetaasa nga siri n'omu ayamba so abadde head of supervisor aw'ettololo bamumaze okumukwata tetumanyi gyali kyokatusoke tumala akulimanya
kozi ezo district Kibuku, Budaka, Palisa ne Butebo waliwo endala
Kibuku, Budaka, Palisa ne Butebo tewaliwo ddala naye nga of course ezimu twazawulamu nettolero part of me naye twagenda tweyawulamu obuvunaanyizibwa kyobola bafuna mangu amawulire g'ettolero funa mangu amawulire g'epalisa bonna ndi overall wemanya nti olunaku lwonna neetaze bwetazini ewoosange watali tuteredde awo wootereza wennyini
katubasabire Sauda buli kimu kitambule bulungi saidi kuba baba batandise okusaba bi covid test ebyekisiru. Yes, what's going on that side of Palisa, Budaka, Butebo and Kibuku? Yes, in order for you to go to the district headquarters, you have to be with a COVID test certificate, something that is against the law. This is an election, man. They shouldn't start playing games. We are serious with this. Remember? So, I call upon you guys. I know you are very many watching and you have friends, you have relatives in different parts of this country, Uganda. Do your part. The time is now or never. Grab that phone, make a call, say what you want to say or say what you are supposed to say, and keep doing that. Kuba tetuyina kuzikiza. This is just the beginning. The time is now. Dununaku lutubade tulinda all along. All along we were waiting for 14th of January 2021. All along tubade tuyimba mission 2021. This is the day. This is the process. So far it is 6 p.m. as we speak now, and yes, at various polling stations counting of votes began already, and of course final results have been of course declared already. So let's keep an eye to berenga twebereramu wosobodde connectinga ne munno mu connecting akubulire bifuddeyo kubira mugandawo bagambe bebereremu mama o tata. Make calls. Let me try to connect to my brother in Gulu. I've been trying to connect. Let me see. kandabe wano kulu. Okay, Mbale Bukoma Nsimbi. Let me see. Mukono. Come on. Okay, kamalo kubako wano chengira wano neiba bagambire bagezane abazanyira mu kalulu.
Unje babubuka bato bakadde munyenye ku kalibe njole esitugireko makola tukyamulira mu miranga tusabire ensi yaffe ayi Katonda ya Uganda ibinyata no mu mukaga ndi mu kibuga kono ku ngoma ya namujolo bakuba nakasa ensasi bakasimba embutu ewuno wa mujja kusokona kona dungu na madinda munakodeyo kone ngala bigwanga mujjete batumba kalulu kone ngala bigwanga mujjete batumba kalulu muliro kuzikira na muliro kana kalulu muliro wakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu kiri mu Uganda buli omwaka nula amaso zikinda bwe muli kiraba muli ekwekanga misonso kiboko zifuusa kiboko ne bamumenye enkogo kalinda minyira kabise mukono gusumulukuse berebe dwanu guise mukalulu bamusinze kibukwa zimbye omutima ulira kifalu mukalulu ikukupye yabise kaliso liso lodi meya sigyaka kokolo chali komando kukyamuzima yuni yajja yote ichi bobiye wakalati musisali sabuti bano bamize pini abasubuzi n'abatembeye wakisenkambu kuli owakala myufu owakala yero owakala bulu owakala yero temugezane mukwata mukalulu owakala myufu owakala yero owakala papo temugezane mukwata mukalulu temugeza uleti obaloti uno moto uno muliro abebu banjuba abebu banjuba abamu mambuka batabira abamu westi temugezane mukwata mukalulu urufiga ugamba usasira ugamba mayija ugamba byabakama abachakalanya chomba gamba temugezane mukwata mukalulu yakusinza abayakusinza amazima gabe mazima baba.
Okay.
Owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu sakalakala mitte banayugana mwena mujje babubuka bato bakadde munyenye ku kalibe njole esitugireko makola tukyamulira mu miranga tusabire ensi yaffe ayi Katonda ya Uganda ibinyata no mu mukaga ndi mu kibuga kono ku ngoma ya namujolo bakuba nakasa ensasi bakasimba embutu ewuno wa mujja kusokona kona dungu na madinda munakodeyo kone ngala bigwanga mujjete batumba kalulu kone ngala bigwanga mujjete batumba kalulu muliro kuzikira na muliro kana kalulu muliro wakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu kiri mu Uganda buli omwaka nula amaso zikinda bwe muli kiraba muli ekwekanga misonso kiboko zifuusa kiboko ne bamumenye.
Police station ziri bbiri.
Oli ku kizinga kwennyini nyini Kalangala?
Kachanga si Kalangala, wabula Kachanga. Kachanga.
Okay.
Esooka police station esooka Bobi afunye 15 wana wala police station ila bali mu kubala bubazi. 15 Museveni afunye wa 5
15 Museveni afunye wa 5 Okay, kitegeeza abalonzi tebavuddeyo bulungi. Nene ogambye polling station eddako bakyabala?
Bakyabala.
Okay. Nja kuddamu kukubireko. Sookoddemu ekifo nkirabidde ate erinnya.
Bakiyita Kachanga wano bamulemesa okujja yali ajja ne bamulemesa.
Okay, Kachanga of course side ze Kalangala. Alright, Kachanga, alright. Weebale nnyo muganda kati nja kuddamu connectingeko naawe eddako otuwe a final updates.
Right, sir.
Alright, weebale nnyo. Yeah.
koko kalinda minyira kabise mukono gusumulukuse berebe dwanu guise mukalulu bamusinze kibukwa zimbya omutima ulira kifalu mukalulu nikukupye yabise kaliso liso lodi meya sibyaka kokolo chali komando kyamuzima yuni yajja yote ichi bobiye wakalati musisali sabuti bano bamize pini abasubuzi n'abatembeye wakiseka mbukuli owakala myufu owakala yero owakala bulu owakala yero temugeza nemukwata mukalulu owakala myufu owakala yero owakala papo temugeza nemukwata mukalulu temugeza uleti obaloti kuno moto kuno muliro abebuvanjuba abebugwanjuba abomumambuka abomuwesti temugeza nemukwata mukalulu ulufiga kugamba usasira kugamba mayija kugamba byabakama abachakalanya kirumba gamba temugeza nemukwata mukalulu yakusinza aba yakusinza amazima gabe mazima baba owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza nemukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza nemukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza nemukwata mukalulu akalakala midde bannayuganda mwena mujje bavubuka bato bakadde munyenya kukali benjole esitugiryeko makoola tukyamulira mu miranga tusabire ensi yaffe ayi katonda y'amayuganda ibinyata no mu mukaga ndi mu kibuga kono ku ngoma ya namujolo bakuba n'akasa ensasi bakasimba embutu ewuno wamujaguzo kona dungu n'amadinda munakodeyo kone engala bigwanga mujjete batumba kalulu kone engala bigwanga mujjete batumba kalulu muliro guzikira na muliro kana kalulu muliro owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza nemukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza nemukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza nemukwata mukalulu kiri mu Uganda buli omwaka nula amaso zikindaba bwe muli kiraba muli ekwekanga misonso kiboko zifuusa kiboko nabamumenye enkogo kalinda minyira kabise mukono gusumulukuse berebe dwanu guise mukalulu bamusinze kibukwa zimbya omutima ulira kifalu mukalulu nikukupye yabise kaliso liso lodi meya sibyaka kokolo chali komando kyamuzima yuni yajja yote ichi bobiye wakalati musisali sabuti bano bamize pini abasubuzi n'abatembeye wakiseka mbukuli owakala myufu owakala yero owakala bulu owakala yero temugeza nemukwata mukalulu owakala myufu owakala yero owakala papo temugeza nemukwata mukalulu temugeza uleti obaloti kuno moto kuno muliro abebuvanjuba abebugwanjuba abomumambuka abomuwesti temugeza nemukwata mukalulu ulufiga kugamba usasira kugamba mayija kugamba byabakama abachakalanya kirumba gamba temugeza nemukwata mukalulu yakusinza aba yakusinza amazima gabe mazima baba owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza nemukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza nemukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza nemukwata mukalulu akalakala midde bannayuganda mwena mujje bavubuka bato bakadde munyenya kukali benjole esitugiryeko makoola tukyamulira mu miranga tusabire ensi yaffe ayi katonda y'amayuganda ibinyata no mu mukaga ndi mu kibuga kono ku ngoma ya namujolo bakuba n'akasa ensasi bakasimba embutu ewuno wamujaguzo kona dungu n'amadinda munakodeyo kone engala bigwanga mujjete batumba kalulu kone engala bigwanga mujjete batumba kalulu muliro guzikira na muliro kana kalulu muliro owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza nemukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza nemukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu kiri mu Uganda buli omwaka nula amaso zikinda bwe muli kiraba muli ekwekanga misonso kiboko zifuusa kiboko ne bamumenye enkogo kalinda minyira kabise mukono gusumulukuse merere dwanu guise mu kalulu bamusinze kibukwazimbye omutima ulira kifalu mu kalulu ikukupye yabise kaliso liso lodi meya sibyaka kokolo chali komando icyamuzima yuni yajya yote iki bobiye wakalati musisali sabuti banu bamize pini abasubuzi n'abatembeye wakiseka mbukuli owakala myufu owakala yero owakala bulu owakala yero temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu owakala myufu owakala yero owakala papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu temugeza uleti obaloti kuno moto kuno muliro abebu banjuba abebu banjuba abomu mambuka atabira abomu westi temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu ulufiga kamba usasira kamba mayija kamba byabakama abachakalanya chumba kamba temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu yakusinza aba yakusinza amazima gabe mazima baba owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu akalakala mite bannayuganda mwena mujje bavubuka bato bakadde munyanja kukaliba enjole ensi tugiryeko makoola tukyamulira mu miranga tusabire ensi yaffe ayi katonda y'amayuganda 256 ndi mu kibuga wano ku ngoma ya namujolo baakuba n'akasa ensasi bakasimba embutu ewuuno wamujaguzo koona dungu n'amadinda munakodeeyo koona engala bigwanga mujje tebatubba kalulu koona engala bigwanga mujje tebatubba kalulu muliro guzikira na muliro kana kalulu muliro owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu kiri mu Uganda buli omwaka nula amaso zikinda bwe muli kiraba muli ekwekanga misonso kiboko zifuusa kiboko ne bamumenye enkogo kalinda minyira kabise mukono gusumulukuse merere dwanu guise mu kalulu bamusinze kibukwazimbye omutima ulira kifalu mu kalulu ikukupye yabise kaliso liso lodi meya sibyaka kokolo chali komando icyamuzima yuni yajya yote iki bobiye wa.
Yes, guys, I'm failing to make connections of people calling in at a very terrible speed. I don't know, multiple callers are coming in. I only want those starting with positive 256. Hello? Yes, good evening to you.
musisali sabuti banu bamize pini abasubuzi n'abatembeye wakiseka mbukuli owakala myufu owakala yero owakala bulu owakala yero temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu owakala myufu owakala yero owakala papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu temugeza uleti obaloti kuno moto kuno muliro abebu banjuba abebu banjuba abomu mambuka atabira abomu westi temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu ulufiga kamba usasira kamba mayija kamba byabakama abachakalanya chumba kamba temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu yakusinza aba yakusinza amazima gabe mazima baba owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu akalakala mite bannayuganda mwena mujje bavubuka bato bakadde munyanja kukaliba enjole ensi tugiryeko makoola tukyamulira mu miranga tusabi tusabire ensi yaffe ayi katonda yamba Uganda ibinyatana mu mukaga ndi mu kibuga wana ku ngoma ya namujolo bakuba nankasa ensasi bakasimba embutu ewuno wamuje kusokona kona dungu na madinda munakodeyo kone ngala bigwanga mujete batumba kalulu kone ngala bigwanga mujete batumba kalulu muliro kuzikira na muliro kana kalulu muliro wakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu kiri mu Uganda buli omwaka nula amaso zikinda bwe muli kiraba muli ekwekanga misonso kiboko zipusa kiboko ne bamumenye enkogo kalinda minyira kabise mukono gusumulukuse berebe dwanu guise mukalulu bamusinze kibuku azimbye omutima ulira kifalu mukalulu nikukupye yabise kaliso liso lodi meya sibyaka kokolo chali komando kyamuzima yuni yajja yote ichi bobiye wakalati musisali sabuti bano bamize pini abasubuzi n'abatembeye wakisenka mbukuli owakala myufu owakala yero owakala bulu owakala yero temugezane mukwata mukalulu owakala myufu owakala yero owakala papo temugezane mukwata mukalulu temugeza muleti obaloti uno moto uno muliro abebu banjuba abebu banjuba abamu mambuka matabira abamu westi temugezane mukwata mukalulu ulufiga kamba usasira kamba mayija kamba byabakama abachakalanya chumba kamba temugezane mukwata mukalulu yakusinza aba yakusinza amazima gabe mazima baba owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu sakalakala midde bana Uganda mwena mujje bavubuka bato bakadde munyanja kukaliba enjole ensutu giryeko makola tukyamulira mu miranga tusabire ensi yaffe ayi katonda yamba Uganda ibinyatana mu mukaga ndi mu kibuga wana ku ngoma ya namujolo bakuba nankasa ensasi bakasimba embutu ewuno wamuje kusokona kona dungu na madinda munakodeyo kone ngala bigwanga mujete batumba kalulu kone ngala bigwanga mujete batumba kalulu muliro kuzikira na muliro kana kalulu muliro wakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu kiri mu Uganda buli omwaka nula amaso zikinda bwe muli kiraba muli ekwekanga misonso kiboko zipusa kiboko ne bamumenye enkogo kalinda minyira kabise mukono gusumulukuse berebe dwanu guise mukalulu bamusinze kibuku azimbye omutima ulira kifalu mukalulu nikukupye yabise kaliso liso lodi meya sibyaka kokolo chali komando kyamuzima yuni yajja yote ichi bobiye wakalati musisali sabuti bano bamize pini abasubuzi n'abatembeye wakisenka mbukuli owakala myufu owakala yero owakala bulu owakala yero temugezane mukwata mukalulu owakala myufu owakala yero owakala papo temugezane mukwata mukalulu temugeza muleti obaloti uno moto uno muliro abebu banjuba abebu banjuba abamu mambuka matabira abamu westi temugezane mukwata mukalulu ulufiga kamba usasira kamba mayija kamba byabakama abachakalanya chumba kamba temugezane mukwata mukalulu yakusinza aba yakusinza amazima gabe mazima baba owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu sakalakala midde bannayuganda mwena mujje bavubuka bato bakadde munyenye ku kaliba enjole tesutugiryeko makoola tukyamulira mu miranga tusabire ensi yaffe ayi katonda yamba Uganda 256 ndi mu kibuga wano ku ngoma ya namujolo bakuba n'akasa ensasi bakasimba embutu ewuuno wamujja kusokona kona dungu n'amadinda munakodeyo kona engala bigwanga mujjete batumba kalulu kona engala bigwanga mujjete batumba kalulu muliro guzikira na muliro kana kalulu muliro wakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale enjeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale enjeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale enjeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu ekiri mu Uganda buli omwaka nula amaaso zikindaba bwe muli kiraba muli ekwekanga misonso kiboko zifuusa kiboko ne bamumenye enkoggo kalinda minyira kabise mukono gusumulukuse bereredwanu kwise
aluwe
ne mwana tulina polisi 552
wanji
tulina polisi 552 polisi 552 abalidinga Kyagulanyi
polling station is 552 Arua mu town aha
ne polisi 551
aha
ina iti abalidinga Museveni gata atuwangude ku polling station emu yokka
Museveni
na 10 between
10 then so in brief ogambye nti ziri polling station is 552 I mean tuinako polling station is soko demu information ye
ngamba tuina polling station 552 mu Arua mu Kitwe
aha
wano
aha
nenga 552 ezo tuwangude 551 yonna
oh ku polling station is 552 tuwangudeko polling station is 551 all right Museveni atutekeye that is Arua city right ate outside Arua oina amawulire gofunyewo outside Arua mu byalo bya Arua we birinanye Arua district airtime problem. Let me keep connecting to friends in different just like you've had in Arua, that is Arua city 52 polling stations. Bobiwine has 51 polling stations leading. On all those 51 polling stations, Bobiwine is leading. Museveni just managed to walk away with the one polling station. Of course, the figures we shall get to know. He wanted to give in quicker updates. Let me see if I can connect to Guru again.
kalulu bamusinze kibukwa zimbya omutima ulira kifalu mu kalulu ikukupye yabise kaliso liso lodi meya sibyaka kokolo chali komando kyamuzima yuni yajja yote ichi bobiye wakalati musisali sabuti bandu bamize pini abasubuzi n'abatembeye wakisenka mbukuli owakala myufu owakala yero owakala bulu owakala yero temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu owakala myufu owakala yero owakala papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu temugeza muleti obaloti kuno moto kuno muliro abebu banjuba abebu banjuba abamu mambuka atabira mu westi temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu ulufiga kugamba kusasira kugamba mayija kugamba byabakama abachakalanya chumba gamba temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu yakusinza abayakusinza amazima gabe mazima baba owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mu kalulu sakalakala midde bannayuganda mwena mujje bavubuka bato bakadde munyenye ku kaliba enjole tesutugiryeko makoola tukyamulira mu miranga tusabire ensi yaffe ayi katonda yamba Uganda 256 mukaga ndi mu kibuga kono ku ngoma ya namujolo bakuba n'akasa ensasi bakasimba embutu ewuno wamuje kusokona kona dungu n'amadinda munakodeyo kone engala bigwanga mujete batumba kalulu kone engala bigwanga mujete batumba kalulu muliro guzikira na muliro kana kalulu muliro wakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu kiri mu Uganda buli omwaka nula amaso zikinda bwe mulikira.
Yes, Nakawa Kampala Nakawa West Bukoto 1 Mukalazi Nobert Mao Kalulukamu Kaguta Museveni obululu nkaga mukamu Kyagulanyi obululu 15 Henry Mukunda Kalulukamu Patrick Oboya Muriato obululu 3 Grigore Mugisho obululu 7 John Katumbo obululu 5 Nancy Kalembe akalulukamu Joseph Kabuleta akalulukamu Fred Mwesije 00A walo kandi tukubaita Fred Mwesije ngamba desi mumulirangako newere mayambala. Okay, bafunye 00. So, yeah, that is Kampala Nakawa West Bukoto 1 Mkalazi. Kyagulanyi 15 Tibuhabura nkaga mukamu. Yes, Bujiri kanaba ekiri maase Bujiri. I don't know, Bujiri. Let me get an update from Bujiri. I've got in contact here. And I will be itamu. Bujiri. Kwate simu muganda wange. Hello. Kanga misonso kiboko zipusa kiboko nabamumenye gogo kalinda minyira kabise mukono gusumulukuse berere dwanu guise mukalulu bamusinze kibukwa zimbyo omutima ulira kifalu mukalulu nikukupye yabise kaliso liso lodi meya sigaka kokolo chali komando kyamuzima yuni yajja yote ichi bobiye wakalati musisali sabuti bano bamize pini abasubuzi nabatembeye wakiseka mbukuli owakale myufu owakala yero owakala bulu owakala yero temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakala myufu. Okay, but
naye wanaba results zivuddeyo nga tufunye mbagenda ziweza ngenda kubira nzikutegeeza.
Okay, obadde tonaba kufuna results
bali voting yogondi okubala kugenda we
okubala kukyagenda maaso
Yes sir.
Okay, ogambye oli Uganda
Yes sir.
Okay, kale nja kuddira.
Kale.
All right.
Wakala yero wakala papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu temukeza buleti obaloti kuno moto kuno muliro abebu banjuba abebu banjuba abamu mambuka atabira abamu westi temukezane mukwata mukalulu ulufiga kugamba usasira kugamba mayija kugamba byabakama abachankalanya kirumba gamba temukezane mukwata mukalulu yakusinza abayakusinza amazima gabe mazima baba. Owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu sakalakala midde bannayuganda mwena mujje bavubuka bato bakadde munyenye kukaliba enjole esitugiryako makoola tukyamulira mu miranga tusabire ensi yaffe ayi katonda yamba Uganda 2006 ndi mu kibuga kono ku ngoma ya namujolo bakuba n'akasa ensasi bakasimba embutu ewuno wamuje kusokona kona dungu n'amadinda munakodeyo kone engala bigwanga mujete batumba kalulu kone engala bigwanga mujete batumba kalulu muliro guzikira na muliro kana kalulu muliro wakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temukezane mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo kale myufu tegezo wa yero owa kale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata bukalulu kiri mu Uganda buli omwaka nula amaso zikina bwe muli kiraba muli ekwekanga misonso kiboko zifuusa kiboko no bamumenye enkogo kalinda minyira kabise mukono gusumulukuse merebe dwanu kuise mukalulu bamusinze kibukwa zimbye omutima ulira kifalu mukalulu nikukupye yabise kaliso liso lodi meya sibyaka kokolo chali komando kyamuzima yuni yajja yote ichi obiye wakalati musisali sabuti bano bamize pini abasubuzi n'abatembeye wakiseka mbukuli owakala myufu owakala yero owakala bulu owakala yero temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu owakala myufu owakala yero owakala papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu temugeza muleti obaloti kuno moto kuno muliro abebu banjuba abebu banjuba abamu mambuka atabira abamu westi temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu ulufiga mukamba usasira mukamba mayija mukamba byabakama abachakalanya chilomba gamba temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu yakusinza aba yakusinza amazima gabe mazima baba owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu akalakala midde bannayuganda mwena mujje bavubuka bato bakadde munyanja kukali benjole esitugiryeko makoola tukyamulira mu miranga tusabire ensi yaffe ayi katonda y'amayuganda 256 ndi mu kibuga bano ku ngoma ya namujolo bakuba n'akasa ensasi bakasimba embutu ewuuno wamujaguzo koona dungu n'amadinda munakodeyo koona engala bigwanga mujje tebatubba kalulu koona engala bigwanga mujje tebatubba kalulu muliro guzikira na muliro kana kalulu muliro owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu owakale myufu tegezo wa yero owakale njeru tegezo wa papo temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu kiri mu Uganda buli omwaka nula amaso zikina bwe muli kiraba muli ekwekanga misonso kiboko zifuusa kiboko no bamumenye enkogo kalinda minyira kabise mukono gusumulukuse merebe dwanu kuise mukalulu bamusinze kibukwa zimbye omutima ulira kifalu mukalulu nikukupye yabise kaliso liso lodi meya sibyaka kokolo chali komando kyamuzima yuni yajja yote ichi obiye wakalati musisali sabuti bano bamize pini abasubuzi n'abatembeye wakiseka mbukuli owakala myufu owakala yero owakala bulu owakala yero temugeza ne mukwata mukalulu owakala myufu owakala yero owakala papo
Yeah, that happened a while ago. That happened a while ago near Bobiwine's home, when people tried to gather to observe as the counting had started. This is how they were welcomed by the police and the military. Yeah, just like there you see the situation. This is happened. This happened a while ago, just near Bobiwine's home. Yeah, near Bobiwine's home. Vote count began, and of course people gathered to observe what was going on and what was going to happen. This is how they were treated. This is how they were treated. You can see why they switched off the internet. This is the reason as to why they switched off the internet. Yeah, just near Bobiwine's home. Just near Bobiwine's home. Near Bobiwine's home. They are arresting people, just like you can see, taking them, chasing them away. The car you see on the right is not an ambulance, that is a police patrol. Yeah, they were trying to come close and observe what was going on. That's how they were welcomed. Outside Lugazi, it is the same situation. I'm getting these updates from another platform. You know, I'm looking here and there. Let me see something else here popping up. That is why they switched off the internet. Of course, a lot more is coming. And Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert, the president, has been... Yeah, this is an update from the president. Something going on, guys. Let me give you this. 7 minutes ago, the president has given an update. Like, my phone has been blocked and I am unable to receive or make regular calls. I know this is to stop me from communicating to our agents and coordinators. I encourage you comrades to be vigilant as I try to devise ways of reaching out to you. So as we speak now, Bobiwine's telephone numbers have been blocked. Telephone numbers have been blocked. This is 7 minutes ago. Let me show it to you right now. And use this is it. This is what he wrote. Yeah, this is what he wrote. Like, my wife, 7 minutes ago. You can read it for yourself for those who are watching on the bigger screens, and those who are not watching on the bigger screens. It says, like, my phone has been blocked and I am unable to receive or make regular calls. I know this is to stop me from communicating to our agents and coordinators. I encourage you comrades to be vigilant as I try to devise ways of reaching out to you. We are removing a dictator. That is a tweet from the president of the National Unity Platform, His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert. Don't ask me how we can post when internet is down. This is a Rob double style. We are the .com youth. He has managed to give us that update, what is currently happening. Yeah, let me continue giving you. I'm looking here and there, but what just happened a while ago, this is what just happened near his home. When counting started, this is what they did to people who had gathered to, of course, observe. You can imagine what has taken place in various places. If this happened just near Bobiwine's home, imagine what has happened in those other places. It is a shame. Let me get something else here to give you. A lot is happening, of course. Yeah, let me see here. Come on. Yes, I wanted to give you updates from Kamoli. Where they saw them here. Yeah, I can see some updates here in Mukono, Chiwango Village, Mr. Chagulanyi 432 votes, and then Museveni 132 votes, and then Bundibujo Museveni 155 votes, Bobiwine 216, Nakaseke Museveni 137, Bobiwine 435. Buropa B, Jabulanyi 223, 223, and then 135. Let me see. A lot is coming in. Chotera, Kasambia, Bobiwine 357, Muzei 57. Another point session 274. That's Bobiwine, and then Museveni 142. Rwanda Kochi, Bobiwine 240, and then Museveni 32 votes. In Chotera, this is an update as well. In Chotera, Minister Kasolo was caught with 4,000 ticket votes in favor of Museveni. Chotera, Minister Kasolo was caught with 4,000 ticked votes in favor of Museveni. So you can imagine. Kasoro, Minister Oyaliso Buruto. Let me see what is going on here as well. The video you are watching, that is the polling station that is near Bobiwine's home. As counting started, people of course gathered to witness and observe what's going on. That's how they were treated. That's how they were treated. This is Magere. Let me see. check something here. Okay. Habura is too scared. Now why do you chase out people like that? Let me see here. Yes, there is this other update still from Nakawa West with the William Ayambala 00, Freddy Mwesige 00, Joseph Kabureta 02, Nancy Kalembe 00, John Katumba 02, Mugisha Muntu 14, Amuriati 09, Tumukonde 0, Nobert Mao 0, Kaguta 85, and then Chagulanyi 150. That is the Kampala Nakawa West Kukoto 1 colors from A up to M. So that is 150 for Bobiwine, and then 85 for 7. And then N to Z, Bobiwine 159, and then Kaguta 61. And when you add the two, you are going to realize that Chagulanyi is getting on that polling station 150 plus 159 is getting 309. 309, and the Museveni is getting 146. Yeah, keep sending in those updates. Keep sending in. Okay.
Someone who understands what they are going through, their situation. Like from 7, he can't understand what the youth want now. So that is the difference.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I'll go on ahead and have Joseph, Comrade Joseph, moderate this particular part of this conversation, and I'll get off the screen.
All right. Just give me a second, guys.
Yeah.
So we are seeing results coming. Let me just checking right here on the clock. It's about coming to 7 p.m. in Uganda. It's 6:52. Great news. There is a lot of counting that has already happened. Results are coming in. We are preparing our media center that people can actually see this percentage tottering up. One of the delays in our media center to present is as we receive the data from every single person in Uganda, we have different statuses for that data. And we want to make sure we accurately counting these numbers. So they get submitted. They have to be verified by our different tally centers that we've already presented. And after they are verified, they have to be confirmed by one of the official agents in the tally centers. And as soon as they are verified, they are confirmed, they go under projection. So some of the results we have preliminary results are almost right on to the projection where we will show them and decide it's like this is what we've gotten at this specific polling session and so forth. But I just want to make you aware and assure that the results are coming in mostly through SMS. As you all know that the internet was shut down. So mostly these are coming through SMS. I want to thank the Ugandans. Thank you for using the YouVote app. Thank you for submitting these results via SMS. And we will be giving you a real-time update as we accurately finalize the confirmation to project who is won. Just a quick teaser. We are right now currently, I want to say we are winning. Bobiwine is winning in a lot of these polling sessions. That is me looking behind the scene in the system as this data flows through. But you will be seeing these percentages go up as we pipe them through. I just wanted to get back to probably Edward. Tell us about why do you feel like the Bobiwine will win this 2021 election? From so far the conversation, seeing the voter turnout, people going to vote, and a few instances that have happened, what do you feel? What's your gut feeling about the election results?
Thank you, Salongo. Uganda has never faced any interesting election like this one. One of the things that we have to note is that we have an incumbent who has been in power for the last 34 years. We have had a country where all the systems have run down, where there is rampant corruption, security forces are kill citizens left, right, and center. This is a country that has run down to the extent that the court systems do not work anymore. You saw recently all Bobiwine's team was arrested, and the courts of law granted them a bail. But despite the fact that they were granted bail, they were still rearrested by the military and instead sent to military courts of law without clear charges. So Ugandans have developed, they have reached a point in time where they are completely tired of bad leadership, and they have seen other African countries improve in terms of democracy, in terms of development. Look at countries like Tanzania, look at countries like our neighbors like Kenya, you look at countries like Botswana, you know, the country is developing because their countries are developing because of good leadership. So because of all those factors, Ugandans were only looking for somebody that could inspire them to get to the polls, somebody that they could believe in. So they see that in Bobiwine. Remember that Bobiwine is still a youth, he's in his 30s. And if you look at the population of Uganda today, more than 80% of the population of Uganda today is below 30 years old. That means that this is a generation that identifies with Bobiwine. This is a generation that identifies with change and dynamic development. So it is of no surprise that the turn up this time is big. And of course, Bobiwine himself is a very big motivation factor and an inspiration to the youth. If you look at Bobiwine's background, Bobiwine grew up from a very poor family. He faced hardships. He grew up in a ghetto, but he was able to educate himself, go to school, graduate, become a popular musician, and inspire the youth. So all those factors drive the youth to the polls, and because they have somebody that they look at as a mentor and somebody that they believe that will bring the change that the country desires. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Eric is here. Most welcome, Eric.
Yes, thanks. So I want to indeed, you see that the youth is definitely come up in large numbers. I also want to add that do not forget POA, because of course all attention has been on Bobiwine, and he has indeed been the main disruptor of the political situation in Uganda, especially in finding new ways, for example, in attracting the diaspora, using technology, in finding ways how to provide means that the dictator has never faced so far. But also do not forget POA, as POA has had the barefoot revolution. So at nomination day, he lost his shoes, and since then, out of solidarity with the people, he has taken off his shoes and campaigned without it. And I expect...
Wanji?
Member Dita Doi Church of Uganda. Asimu ni yakuba omukulembeze tuyagasi embali. Azena pato biri nayimirirawo n'abagamba okomyawo ikira abantu b'ekyalo buli omu n'adduka. Ngenza okuvuga okuva gye mbadde okutuukawo tuyisiŋŋanyiriza mu kkubo naye nga bannaye zimasuka. Nga zimasuka nga ziriko n'obugombe bokisi byonna babitutte tebabazze awo tetutegedde kibaddewo. Asimu oyo ow'embale.
Oyo asimu oyo yazoganya Bobiwine ng'ali embale.
webale nnyo akakatono akalinga akanyalwanda ako akatimu anti yatwala eno yonna gwendi mutuli
azze ku polling station abagamba mukomaawo ebintu ne babiteeka ku motoka ne babitwala
badiyita doi Church of Uganda
doi
Church of Uganda Chibuku constituency
ekitegeeza
nayenga so far apparently tukyatambula si bubi waliwo ewamu era of course wasingako natusingako nga si bungi ate fewe tumusinze tumukasukira wala aba talina watusingira tuba tumukasukira wala
naye nga abaana basobodde okukuba declaration forms ebifaananyi
kakati ekyo kyebasoose okugaana polling station nga bwe nagambye nti nze ffe twebeereramu abamu temasimu ba-agency bonna ewaffe obwedda abalina amasimu agano aga smart bonna bagabajjeeko nga bonna mu meeting eri festive ne bagateeka ebbali ekiri eno mu kyalo kirala nnyo okusinga ekiri e Kampala ddeddi eno mu byalo omanye eno kyawukanira ddala tuli mu nsi ndala ku kaluke k'omu tawuni so eno kyetuliko kirala nnyo kyawukanira ddala mukwano naye nga diala forms zonna zigenda kuba zijjanye okwogera bingi naye tefya ebifaananyi ejja bifuna ebifaananyi ejja bifuna mukulu bukampula tukyalina olugendo lunene nnyo olugo ojja tukunkumula
katulinde updates nze nkyaliko kamala obbazaayo side eno
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Robert. Welcome.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yes, my name is Bobiwine and I'm part of this team. I'm a human rights defender and social activist and based in Canada. Today I'll be interacting with you and together with my colleagues, and we'll be discussing different issues that are happening within the country. And before I continue, I wanted you to introduce yourself to the whole world to know who the person is here and yes.
So my name is Robert Amsterdam. I'm a lawyer. And I'm privileged to act for Bobiwine, the Honorable Bobiwine. And I've been working with him since the horrible night in Arua, and have watched his progress. And he's been in my prayers every day because I've watched the assault on him and the people that are assisting him every day. It's not been an election campaign. It's been an absolute shooting gallery. And I consider myself a friend of Nick Opio, who was wrongfully charged in a politically orchestrated show. You know, I would call it a show trial, but even that gives it too much credit. And I'm not in the demographic of Bobiwine. I'm a much older guy. I've been in Africa for 45 years, spending most of my time in West Africa and Nigeria. But I've worked all over Africa, very often for opposition groups and sometimes for companies and individuals who have been involved in oppressive state conduct, and been very privileged to act for a number of African leaders, like the former president of Zambia, Rupia Banda, and many of Nigeria's leaders, some of whom I grew up with. So I have a long history of working in Africa.
Oh, Thank you. That is a great background. So many people are mainly in Uganda. They see you as like someone who has opened up the eyes of other international organizations or international Western world. So why do they think that you are a new hero for Uganda?
Well, I would not be a hero for Uganda, but I would say that my brother Bobby is a hero, and a number of the other candidates who I don't know are heroes. Anybody who's participating in the political process in Uganda is a hero. I wanted to be in Uganda, but unfortunately Museveni has banned me. I'm banned in over 8 countries, many of them in Africa, which is a very strange thing. I'm also a Canadian lawyer and a British lawyer. But I take on political cases, and unfortunately, Bobby was referred to me by a human rights organization when we became aware he was being tortured in custody in Uganda. And I think one of the things that we had to do was appeal to the West to try to save his life because they were going to kill him. And I don't think people realize how close to death he was in the Arua situation. And when we were able to extract him and bring him to the States, he had to be hospitalized. And after that treatment, to go back and have the courage to go back to Uganda is absolutely incredible to me. I mean, his heroism is beyond words. But I'll say this: when I was a boy and sadly a high school dropout from Canada, I went to Nigeria, and I was very honored to have dinner with the former head of state of that country, who suggested that I would find my identity in Africa, working with Africa's youth. And to be frank with you, in all of the years I've been working in and out of Africa, it shocked me how the people who were part of the liberation struggle against colonialism turned into colonials themselves. And I write about this often. I call it internal colonialism. We saw it, my close friend and my client in Tanzania is Tundu Lissu. We were honored to work with him during his election campaign. Tundu is a man of the courage of Bobiwine. Tundu took 16 bullets 3 years ago, which we know was orchestrated by President Magufuli, and came back to fight another election. So there's a level of heroism to be in the opposition in some countries, but also between Magufuli and Museveni, we have these native black leaders who have decided to become imperialists and colonialists with their own people. Yeah. And one of my saddest days 4 or 5 years ago was walking around Soweto in South Africa with some of my colleagues, and having a few of them who had been in jail during the fight against apartheid, telling me that the corruption going on in South Africa at that time was worse than apartheid. And I think, unfortunately, so much of the language in the West forgives whatever cruelties African leaders dole out because they're African. As long as they're not white, they'll forgive them their sins. And I think that's just outrageous. In a strange way, it's a reverse racism. The issue is not to judge people by their color. The issue is to judge them by their actions. And Africa's had great leaders, historically incredible leaders. But right now, this crop we have in East Africa are a frightening spectacle. Not, by the way, I'm not including Uhuru Kenyatta, who has saved very quietly saved many activists from East Africa from jail or death.
Oh. Yes, as you spoke about violence, before I got to the question, do you think Bobiwine is, you can compare him to Aquino, who went back to Philippines knowing that Marcos might kill him?
Yeah, I do. In fact, when we brought Bobby to Washington, one of the things I said to him was that comparison. And it's also the same thing that worries me about the violence against candidates. If you look at what had happened in Pakistan with Benazir Bhutto on her return, it's extremely dangerous to witness. And I will tell you quite honestly, the most dangerous period is the one we're approaching now, because election results will come out, and I don't want to sound like a cynical old man, but my view will be that those election results will be false, and they will sprinkle votes among opposition candidates, and the dictator will come out ahead. And then I believe we will see a strong reaction from the people who voted for the opposition.
Okay,
and,
that takes me, yes, go ahead, you.
And that's why they've frozen the internet. This all comes from a playbook. This is nothing that isn't pre-thought. And what I think we have to do is understand that many of these votes have been really stuffed in ballot boxes or organized in terms of the count. I mean, if you're following on Twitter, those few people who manage to still post anything, you'll see how many people are already saying they've witnessed ballot boxes being stolen and pre-marked ballots being shoved in boxes. So, I mean, all of this is going on.
So that takes me to the question, what impact does electoral violence have on Uganda's democratization process, institutional reform process, and leaders' legitimacy?
I think it destroys the legitimacy of the dictator. I think that the danger is it doesn't assist democratization, because what it does is assists radicalization. And I think the question is what are the next steps for the people when they know that they have an illegitimate government, and we know that Museveni is essentially trying to leverage his son into power. I mean, that's no secret. And I think one of the big issues is going to be...
Ogambye in side z'entebe wali State House.
Ye mwennyini polling station erimu munda. Museveni tafunyeemu kalulu naye baganye okulangirira mu lwatu bakisirikidde.
Okay, waliwo abakiipinzeeko, waliwo ababuuliddeko?
Waliwo atubuuliddeko babaddeyo. N'ekyokulala amagye gatandise okuwamba polling station zonna eziri eno Entebbe, amagye gatandise okuwamba gagobyewo abantu. Ye obunkenke bweyongedde ate nga abantu badde bakiipinze empisa, abantu bali mu distance naye babagobawo batandise okuba amasasi mu bbanga, bali mu kuintimidating abantu.
Babagobawo okuva ku polling stations, eh?
Yes, ate nga biseera bya kubala.
Yeah, ne wane Magere waliwo polling station ebadde next ku maka g'omukulembeze, naye wegatyo naye batyo bagikoze eki, naye batyo bagiyisizza.
Waliwo ne polling station wano erinnya nderabidde ssebo Bobi afunyewo bululu 10 Museveni n'afunira mu 3. Bobi yawangudde okujjako nga bagenda tubba bubbi.
Katubeere vigilant, buli omu bw'ali abeere vigilant.
Yes.
Yeah.
tujja kutereka video paka banazaako internet nekinabe emyezi 6 tujja fulumya information.
Amina.
Amina bandi mwebale kutubeererawo jjaddi. Kale
webale nnyo nawe webale nnyo
negotiate some form of compact when the dictator understands that a fraudulent election won't work.
Yeah. So yes, you spoke about the new sheriff, and I know the new sheriff, many people have hope in him, but as we speak now, over 200 people are confirmed to have been arrested back home in Uganda by the security agencies. Do you think with the, because Museveni now is trying to instigate violence in the people, but at the end of the day, if the elections are confirmed rigged, do you think Ugandans can cause a civilian revolution like the Arab Spring or the Sudanese revolution? If yes, why and how?
Well, we have to be very careful. Those of us who are Ugandan citizens, we have to be very careful about the words we say in terms of revolution. I think we have to always insist that we're only talking about peaceful protest. Do I think peaceful protest can happen? Yes, I do. Do I think it could be overwhelmingly powerful? Absolutely, I do. Do I think people in Uganda have had enough of the extreme violence that's been visited on them? I do. And I feel that part of the cause of this violence is the support the government's been getting from the Europeans and the Americans. So as much as I want to say that we need Western support, I also want to say we have to ensure that governments stop supporting the dictator. So, you know, I think there's a job for the youth in Uganda, and I think there's a job for old folks who care about Uganda and Africa and all of the capitals of Europe. And let's not forget, we have a huge Ugandan diaspora. You are part of it. In a strange way, I am part of it. All of us who care about what's happening are part of it. And we're in different capitals all over the world. And we should be marching outside of embassies and capitals. There's a huge opportunity for the diaspora to be heard against the dictator. And I'm hoping there will be that level of organization after the election if this is as rigged and as foul as we think it will be.
Okay. So we can move on to my colleague Edward Abili. He has questions for you or interactions to do with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Sebuleba, and thank you, Council Amsterdam. We really appreciate your services and the help and the interest you've showed towards the democracy of Uganda. My question is, in the past, we have a dictator in Uganda that has been president and has forced himself in power for 34 years. Every time Uganda goes for election, those elections are a sham. And usually the courts of law acknowledge that there were challenges with the elections. However, they were not significant to change the outcome of the election. Remember that these judges are appointed by the same dictator. So they definitely rule in the interest of the dictator. If all that happens, so far everything looks good. It looks like Bobiwine is leading as the results are coming in. But usually, as we draw closer to the night, things begin to change, because in the darkness, that's when they doctor the results. So in the event that we go through the courts of law and they do the same process as usual, what should other governments do to help Uganda? Because this time we have the U-Vote application that is reporting all the incidents, and besides reporting the incidents, it's also able to record results as they come in. So with that overwhelming evidence, do you think that our development partners from the Western world, Europe, the United States of America, and all other countries that have a stake in Uganda, do you think they can come together and bring justice to Uganda? Thank you.
Well, Edward, thank you for your eloquent question. I mean, the answer, of course, is that my view is that the only justice that will be brought to Uganda is Ugandan justice through its young people and through their peaceful rising. The West can stop arms sales and economic and political interaction with the dictator. That's possible. But in the next critical days, what will count will be the reaction of the people to a rigged vote. And that will have to be internal. Can the embassies, and I've been asking on Twitter, and we've been writing to embassies and telling them to stop with the platitudes. Stop talking about the election as if it's a real election. Stop pretending there's going to be an absolute vote. I mean, I'll be thrilled if it's true, but anybody who's studied African history, and particularly Ugandan history, knows what the odds are. I think you're going to have Helen Epstein on tonight, who wrote that fabulous book on Uganda.
Yeah.
And she's just a wonderful encyclopedia of Ugandan history. And she'll tell you, as you all know, just how difficult it's been for those who attempt to poke at the dictator. And there's a lot of broken bones, a lot of disappeared opponents that never make it to Western newspapers. And God bless Helen for her great work on Uganda.
Yes, and also as Uganda was heading towards the elections, we saw Bobiwine report a case, report the dictator to the International Criminal Court of Justice, citing the brutality that was exhibited on Ugandans. We have seen the American ambassador to Uganda acknowledge that these elections are not going to be free and fair because 75% of international journalists that were supposed to come in and monitor the elections were denied accreditation. So in this situation, do you think that the West, together with the International Court of Justice, because the International Court of Justice can come in if there's overwhelming evidence and issue an arrest warrant for the dictator, could that also be another way forward for Uganda?
No, it's doubtful. I mean, to be honest, firstly, the ICC would not be bringing in the ICJ very quickly. The first thing they would have to do is an investigation. And given the dictator's age, by the time the investigation was over, I'm not sure where the dictator would be. I think the ICC application is very important because it's a good warning for people. And it's also going to be used to highlight the need for sanctions, Magnitsky Act sanctions, which I think are a very important instrument. And there are some great people in the United States who are working on that feverishly. We are working on it also with the EU because the EU has just adopted the Magnitsky Act. For those of your viewers who don't know what that is, that's a special form of human rights legislation that allows actions against individuals in countries where human rights have been impacted. Named after a case I'm very familiar with in Russia, involving an individual who was jailed and murdered in jail by Russian authorities. So we're at a different moment in time where people like the dictator actually can face the music, whether it's at the ICC or more likely with sanctions. They and their families can face the music, particularly financially. So this is a new turn of the page, a new chapter for Africa. And I'm hopeful that, at least from a sanction standpoint, the illegitimacy of this election will have ramifications.
Thank you so much, Amsterdam. It was a pleasure discussing with you on the future of Uganda. I hand over the microphone to Mr. Sebuliba.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Comrade Billy. Just I have one last question for Council Amsterdam. The question is, how can we identify and quantify forms of electoral violence in Uganda?
Well, I can only quantify it by the unspeakable number of deaths that have already occurred. It is shocking to me. I think we have hit almost 60 deaths that have been reported and documented. I think that one of the problems, I don't know if you're aware, but years ago I brought a case at the ICC involving the revolution that occurred in Thailand. And we had documented nearly 100 murders by the Thai police and army of innocent Thai civilians at that time. And one of the great tragedies in our present environment, then and indeed now, is how when you're in the midst of violence, people become desensitized. And violence becomes numbers, not people, and not families destroyed, and lives lost and understood. And I think one of the most important things I would suggest to Ugandans is that we make a list and we try to learn about the people who were killed, and we put their pictures up on the streets, not pictures of the dictator, but pictures of the victims. And if we did that, and if we had their pictures on trees and posters and light standards, so that every time the dictator drove, or ambassadors drove, or foreign guests came, they were greeted with the pictures of these innocent men, women, and children. That's how you would generate change. Because accountability does not become imposed by numbers. Accountability becomes imposed by faces and lives lost. One of the great murderers of our time is Donald Trump. Every day in the United States to COVID, we are losing over 4,000 people. Every day is a 9/11 now in the United States. And part of that is through his gross incompetence. And in Uganda right now, this election is being stolen by a man who has, frankly, when you listen to him, it sounds like he's lost his mind. And he's being held together by a kleptocracy whose legitimation for power is that they're black. And I think that's complete crap. I'm sorry. I know that we should all be politically correct and whatnot, but it is racism that because somebody is black, somehow that gives them a legitimacy to power. The only legitimacy to power is representation. The legitimacy to power is understanding you are a servant of the people, exactly as Bobiwine says. I mean, one of the things about Bobby that I so admire is he speaks from the heart and from the gut about what's going on and about his duty to serve the people. But again, I will end, and I know my time is up, but I will end by saying I salute all of those, not just Bobiwine, all of those who have braved the violence of this regime to run for office, or like Nico Pio to fight the repression. And trust me, if I wasn't banned from Uganda, I would be there tonight. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
You're welcome, Council Amsterdam. And I guess maybe, I know if we can borrow like 1 minute, this is just a recap of what you said. You said that you talked about the incidents which are happening, and this I got something in my mind. That do you think Bobiwine was right to hold campaign rallies, because Museveni promised scientific elections, and we never had even like public podiums where they have to campaign scientifically? Do you think he was right to hold scientific rallies?
Look, I think Bobby was deprived of all of the other media that Museveni had because of the nature of the dictator's power over the media. So I don't think he felt he had a choice. And given the demographics of the population and given the way he campaigned, which was, as you know, very mobile, without crowds for long periods of time together, I think he did the best that he could.
Okay. Thank you very much, Council Amsterdam, for your time. We are glad that you made it here, and we are happy that we are continuing to work with you and working with you to the new Uganda we are seeking. And I know by tomorrow, Ugandans will be happy that they have a new president in the House. Yes, yes, that is the hope we have.
Let us hope and pray, and God bless Uganda and all of you.
Yes, you
Stay
too.
safe.
Okay.
Thank you.
You are watching the vote monitoring program, which tracks live polling results and covers the latest election updates. You Vote Counting Stream, streaming for you live.
Hello. So yes, I really enjoyed what Robert Amsterdam was telling, especially about that no foreign aid will come. Nobody will come to save Ugandans. They have to save themselves. And then also that the main thing that now is going to happen, that of course we hope that tomorrow there will be a new president, but we also know that there was an unequal feud and the dictatorship is trying anything to rig the results. So from a strategic point of view, this can be summarized as what we've been focusing on, the elections, which is summarized as Plan A. So Plan A was getting the youth to vote today. But also we saw that the dictatorship used a lot of methods, signs, anything to oppress the people. So they want to, showing to everything that they will not respect the vote of the people. Of course, we are now with YouVote, we're collecting a lot of election data to have a lot of evidence to show to the court, to everyone else who has won the election. However, of course, the dictatorship, he still has the military, he has the donor support, so he wants to try to stay in power. Then it's also what I really liked about Amsterdam is that he was saying, do not focus on showing the pictures of the dictator, and also do not try to talk only to the donor countries, donor governments, because they are now providing this support. We will talk about it later in the show. $1.7 billion a year is going to the dictatorship from international donors, of which most of them are in the West, in Europe and in the United States. So what's interesting that also the Ugandan diaspora, as we have shown with the YouVote, they have an extremely big role to play in not creating this awareness among the governments, but creating awareness among the citizens. Because most of those democratic governments in the West, in the United States, in Europe, they are dependent on the taxpayers. They are paying that money, which is going to Museveni, which again is going to the weapons and the military, which is used to oppress the people. So what I like about Amsterdam, it's also very clear and very structured. Where now Plan A is transferring to Plan B. The results is likely going to be erect. to be rigged, and we have to organize to protect that vote. But it also, there also, from my perspective as a strategist of peaceful revolution, there are several stages. One of the stages is unity. So the joint press conference of all opposition party. That means that actually the Ugandans are now united. Secondly, there needs to be create awareness about what's going on, about the power, and that has also been established. They are building alternatives. They're creating visions of a new Uganda. They are organizing the people in more creative ways. And actually, well, there are only some things left before freedom is coming, because if you just focus on the strategic steps from unity, so the next step will be to open the eyes of the donors, to stop the donor support to the regime. So he has no money anymore to pay. There were some, the hackers of Anonymous, there were some signs, I'm not sure if it's correct, but they were freezing the bank accounts of the dictator. And then when the donor support, the only way how to stop the donor support is by creating awareness of the taxpayers, the diaspora. When that stops, that's the next check, which is achieved. Then if the political parties, which has now led the struggle, if they can unite with bigger segments of the people, civil society, education, the religious leaders, experts, international communities, if they can also be drawn into the struggle for this freedom of Uganda, it's actually the last part. And there will only be such a small minority of those that want to maintain a dictatorship compared to the vast majority that wants to gain freedom. I'm very positive myself that within several months, Uganda will be free. So that's what I like from the presentation from Amsterdam. But actually, we are heading to a victory within a short amount of time.
Yeah, that is a great recap, and he talked about many things that what Ugandans need to do, and also as Africa as a whole. And it takes me back to one old scholar, Paulo Freire, in his book of Pedagogy of the Oppressed. He said that if you are oppressed, you can't wait for the oppressor to let you free. So it is you, the oppressed, to get yourself or release yourself from the oppression, and we are seeing it today. Many Ugandans went down to different polling station or centers to vote, to cast their votes, because they are tired of being oppressed by the rhetoric dictator. So with this, I think it gives us a clear picture from what we had in 2016 and what is happening now. In 2016, the people who voted, I think they lacked the morale to say they lacked the reason why they had to go out and vote. They had hope that maybe the dictator may change and offer what he was promising them. But after the end of the 5 years, all what the dictator promised, nothing was availed to the population of Ugandans. So that's why many people are coming out and they are saying we are tired of a dictator. Enough is enough. And even when you look at him, you see a dictator who is left with nothing to promise to Ugandans. Is someone who is because you ask someone whether if you concede, will you concede if Bobiwine wins? But you say, yeah, if we... Okay, so reluctantly, bluntly, and arrogantly. And so it was a great conversation with Robert Amsterdam, and I think Ugandans themselves, he was right that they have to step up and take out the dictator. I don't know what.
That's one thing I also like to add, as of course the strategy of opposition by the realities on the ground. In normal strategies of past elections was to push forward one presidential candidate, which then try to gain the majority of votes. This time they used a different strategy. They instead of trying to have one joint presidential candidate, they had several presidential candidates, each with their own centers, each with their own personnel and their focus, so that they prevent Museveni to gain 50% plus one in the first round to win. because if he doesn't in the first round, it automatically leads to a second round, and then the second round, those with the most democratic votes, they can share behind the opposition, and that way they will defeat Museveni in this time of the elections. But what's important to realize is that, especially over the last years, it was also a risky strategy of the unity between FDC and NUP. So even though Bobiwine and the NUP and everyone, all the ghetto youth, they've completely radicalized the feud, I think it's also very important to keep reminding that for the past 20 years, there are also the brothers of FDC, Kizza Besigye. They have also sacrificed extremely a lot of them to support all of Uganda. So let's also not just forget about them, because for the last year, it was I'm not sure who said it, but there was something about that they were not, that they didn't do anything for Uganda, or that they just hadn't sacrificed. So personally close to being FDC and to people like Besigye and POA, I felt it hurt them a lot because they have sacrificed as well. And then just by feeling that they had never made those sacrifices for the nation. So I also hope in this next process, Plan B, that both the NUP, FDC, ANT, that they will all come together as one united Uganda. Because I think for a new Uganda, it's crucial that we build a united nation. It's important that we don't, that the colors which has divided the voters, that they will all become replaced by one identity of one Uganda.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, and it takes me back to a point you talked about the diaspora, the contribution of the diaspora. I think even when we look at the past elections, the diaspora was weak in responding to either giving support to back home, mainly in terms of either technical or financially. So like the strong party by that time, which was FDC, it had the power to take over the country, but there was lack of mobilization. Right now, we're seeing that now we have a new trend that the diaspora came in, stepped in to see that they change their country. And it takes me back to in the 1940s and where we see African nationalism, the contribution of the diaspora towards African nationalism, towards getting rid of the colonial masters by that time. So you see the likes of Kwame Nkrumah, Gamal Nasser, they did a lot in pioneering Africans to independence. And that is what I'm seeing today, or right now, that the diaspora came in because they see they can do it by themselves, not looking at the Western world for support, and which was a great thing to do right now, and it has changed the trend in Museveni. That's why you find that Museveni failed to give money, to give out money, using money as a tool to keep these people under him, and that trend changed completely.
Yep, yeah, definitely. And what I also think that Museveni has done very cunningly is he has not built like a brutal dictatorship, as everyone knows. So it's very clear to everyone it's a brutal dictatorship, but he made a sophisticated dictatorship. So only when you get critical, that's the moment that you start facing the dictatorship. In all those other moments, it seems just like a normal government, maybe corruption, but he gives the illusion that there's freedom of speech. But the moment you start to become critical, there's no freedom after speech. If you can go to the radio station, but then you're arrested after the radio station. So by using this sophisticated dictatorship and the illusion of being a free country, he maintained that donor support for a long period of time. Then there's also one thing about, you were talking about the first regional protest wave, the decolonization. There's also one I really like about Fanon. And Fanon was saying that everything has to change for anything to change. So what you often see in these African revolutions, also currently happening in Uganda, that political power is taken by the people, but then the system behind it, the system of the underdevelopment, economic underdevelopment, social underdevelopment, that system makes it quite difficult to bring real fundamental change. So you even saw revolutions already in Tunisia, in Egypt, in Sudan, Burkina Faso, but the real transformation, the fundamental transformation on all levels, economic, social, political, it all needs to be tackled at once. So I would advise the new government of Uganda, either led by POA or by Bobiwine, that the most important thing is that everything needs to change for anything to change. So do not only focus on political measures, but focus on all measures.
Yeah, I think it takes me back to the idea of looking at a pluralistic way of approach in Africa. I think Africa needs pluralistic leaders. They do not need any more of monolithic leaders, because when we look at pluralistic leaders, these are leaders that will be answerable to the people. If the people say that this is what we need, we voted you in power because you belong to us, not you are the one who has to decide for us. So right now, once Uganda gets rid of the rhetoric leadership that we have, that means that a new era will be pluralistic. And there will be no maybe like giving history, as you hear all the time. Museveni is talking about 1986 when they went to the bush. Some of us were there. So you can't keep reminding me about the time you went to bush at this era. We're in another millennial era, and you're telling the people you are lecturing about 1986, none of them was there. And some of them, they just read it. And some, even those who were there, they were still young. So this is something that you have, if you want to keep your leadership, what you have to promise. That's why I told you that Museveni, he is a leader who is left with nothing to promise Ugandans. And that's why today Ugandans went ahead and decided that we are tired. We have to remove this rhetoric leader. We get a new leader who will listen, a leader who will work with us to develop our country and also to make our country like the country that our great-grandfathers fought for. Because when you go back in the 1960s or before independence, Uganda was a country that everyone loved. Like however much we said that Idi Amin was a dictator and Obote they were, but they had that patriotism patriotic mind for their country. The institutions that Uganda is on right now were put in place by those dictatorial regimes we condemn. But right now, when you look at Museveni's leadership, the only thing you'll talk about is all about constructing roads. I'm still constructing roads. I'm doing this, and then corruption. So this is of which it is a menace now than how it happened during that time. I think that is a great thing, Ugandans, what they are doing right now, getting rid of this rhetoric leader.
Yep, I've heard that from the tech guys that we will show a video. Before we go on to the video, I have one last thing I remember about continually telling stories about 1986 and the Bush, and they went all for to liberate Uganda. There was Eli Tomwine, the Minister of Internal Affairs. He was posting something, "Why are you hating me? Because I lost my eye for you." And then there was one poster, and she said, do we also have to keep telling our children that we lost our virginity to make them? So I found it very hilarious myself, and a very fitting character of the millennials of these days, the young Ugandans facing off with the Bush people from the old times. But for now, we go to a video from our tech persons within the team. Okay, thank you.
The two main candidates for the Ugandan presidency are incumbent Yoweri Museveni and Robert Kyagulanyi, also known as Bobiwine. Ugandans vote for a new president and parliament on January the 14th, 2021. Here are 5 things you need to know. 1. Everyone wants the youth vote. Uganda has one of the world's youngest populations. 75% of people there are under 30. Young people are becoming more and more politically involved, and with that, the race to win the youth vote intensifies. Opposition candidate Bobiwine is promising change from the top and saying he will amplify the voices of the nation's youth.
Our pledge has always been to exalt the voices of the people of Uganda in the most legal, in the most constitutional, and in the most peaceful way, but again, in the most assertive way.
On the other hand, the incumbent president, Museveni, is offering stability as the country's longest-serving leader of 34 years. His slogan, "Securing Your Future," promises a stable Uganda to the nation's young people. Two, promises and policies. Museveni is emphasizing security. He wants a strong army to ensure that Uganda is a powerful actor, geopolitically speaking, in East Africa. He also wants security at home, focusing on the safety of homes and businesses. Bobiwine is campaigning for a more inclusive, representative rule which could draw in groups who had previously been marginalized, such as ethnic minorities and working class, who currently face drastically high levels of unemployment and underemployment. 3. Campaigning during COVID. In a bid to stem the spread of coronavirus, the government banned public rallies. Instead, most campaigning is to be done online, making it an obstacle for those candidates who may not be able to fund online campaigns. The new rules have also meant a number of arrests at rallies for Bobiwine, with Bobby himself being arrested multiple times. This led to an explosive reaction from Uganda's youths. 4. Protests and police crackdowns. Numerous protests broke out in Kampala after the arrest of Bobiwine for allegedly breaking COVID campaigning rules. The unrest resulted in over 50 deaths, with Bobby claiming the police tear-gassed his supporters and tried to assassinate him. The police deny this. 5. Regional impact of the elections. The result of the elections won't just affect Ugandans. It could also impact international relations. Uganda is one of the United States' main partners in fighting militants like Al-Shabaab in East Africa. The Americans are responsible for millions in funding for security and development. Most of South Sudan's food and many other goods come through Uganda. Unrest there could affect the supply chain. With the vote just days away, the countdown towards who will be Uganda's leader is on.
Hello. So yeah, Edward, I'm not sure if you also saw the video, but I want to respond myself before we go on. So what I recognize myself in this video of BBC is that actually you saw it in a lot of Western media for the past years, and that's actually, personally, I think it's using propaganda of the state narrative, because the Museveni regime, they have been trying to portray themselves as the guardians of stability. So they say the opposition, they are creating chaos, they're creating instability, but the illusion of that the Museveni regime is actually providing stability, I think, is an illusion, as he has underdeveloped the nation for such a long period that the population, the 85% of the youth, they are getting more frustrated and angrier by the year. So actually, he's the one creating instability. Secondly, he's always claiming that he's providing stability in the region, but he's the one using insurgency. He has funded the M23 in Congo. He has provided tricks in South Sudan. He's playing tricks all in the region. So actually, it's Museveni himself, which is the instability. He's creating instability in the region. Then also about what I recall about the intelligent lockdown. So the COVID, he was using COVID in along a lot of ways to hijack the elections against him. So for example, he used it as the way to arrest opposition leaders. So Bobiwine and Powa, both of them were arrested a lot of times. But then himself, he just had the rallies with the NRM voters. So it was it wasn't a policy for COVID, it was a policy against him. And what strikes me that now BBC, it should be a trustworthy information channel. They are sharing this propaganda of the dictatorship to maintain an illusion about that stability is needed. For 35 years, he has, what was it, as stability provided? How difficult is to expand from stability to something else? So it's the only thing he has established in Uganda for 35 years. All the other ones, the roads, they're rubbish. So based on the stability, okay, I can congratulate Museveni that Uganda is now at peace. But if that's the only thing you can achieve in 35 years, then you're not a good leader. You're just able to put people in a prison altogether, because you make sure that everyone which rises up and is defiant, you put him in prison or you oppress him. So another thing about that message is that this image of a beacon of stability, which you saw in the BBC. So I would recommend all to watch that BBC and to be more critical about what's being shown there, because they are using Museveni in a way to their own interest in the region. So a lot of them, they are benefited, especially the UK and the United States. They are benefited by a strong local policeman, which acts in their interest in these areas. So be aware that also the narrative of BBC, of maybe media houses in the United States, they are actually fooling you for the narrative of the dictatorship.
Yes, international media has been partly a problem to Uganda's challenge in helping to maintain the dictatorship, especially when you look at media houses like BBC that keeps on praising the dictator and hiding away facts. You know, I'm reliably informed that apparently BBC is one of those media houses where the dictator spends a lot of money in form of bribes. So it is of interest of BBC to report only good news about the dictator. And also, back to Uganda, we should note that Museveni is the master of violence. You know, when we talk of Museveni going to Somalia, ask yourself, why is it that the war in Somalia does never come to an end? It is of interest because all these Western countries keep funding Museveni, keep giving him money to maintain peace in Somalia, of which if you were to investigate, you find that actually it is the Ugandan army that is perpetuating violence in Somalia for their own interest. We have seen them do that clearly on the citizens of Uganda. You saw the other time in Kalangala when Bobiwine was arrested by the military and airlifted to one of the airfields in Kampala. And then all his other campaigning agents and his aides were all sent to jail. As we speak today, as Uganda votes, these people are still in jail. They were released by the courts of law, but the military refused to release them. Instead, they were again transferred to a military prison. So we have a president that has been there for 35 years, and he has maintained his rule squarely on military rule. In other words, if we were to remove that law that gives the president military authority, Museveni wouldn't be president today because Ugandans would have voted him out. But it is through military rule that has kept him. As you've seen the elections today, you've seen the military creates chaos. And in that process of creating chaos, they end up beating up citizens, and then they end up stealing the ballot boxes and stuffing in their votes. And then later, they're going to declare elections that are sham. So that's a very big challenge that the military has always been used to perpetuate violence and to maintain the dictatorship. And also the challenge where the Western world actually knows that the dictator, the money they give the dictator is used to buy guns that kill citizens, but they still go ahead and continue funding him. So those are some of the challenges that Uganda continues to face.
Yeah,
but
so and then now
we are positive for a better future.
Yes, definitely. And then if you understand, if all the big news like BBC, all the big media and governments, those of the United States, of the European Union, if they are presenting a state narrative to the citizens in their own countries, it's actually quite crazy how much everyone is trying to maintain this system in place, besides for the people itself. So indeed, the only solution, I think, can be to open the eyes of those Western citizens themselves in speaking to direct to them, because through the media they will not gain the information of the people of Uganda and what they need and what they want to achieve. So I'm not sure if we're already heading to the next program. No, okay, so we can keep going. So what do you think? How can we best use this knowledge? How can we best organize the diaspora to open the eyes of the taxpayers which are funding the dictatorship?
Yes. First of all, Uganda has a big diaspora base that is well organized. As you've been working with them, you definitely have more information on that. One thing that I'm particularly happy about, I am very pleased with the United States of America with the steps that they've taken of recent as Uganda was drawing closer to the elections. The United States Senate Committee on International Relations issued out a very tough statement to the government of Uganda, demanding for the government to recognize human rights and to stop any form of human rights violations. And I applaud the government of the United States for that bold move. And then a few days ago, just before the elections, we saw the United States ambassador to Uganda issue out a statement, a very bold statement, on how she doubts the credibility of the elections in Uganda because the dictatorial government of Uganda had denied journalists international journalists access to Uganda. In other words, international journalists were denied accreditation to Uganda's election. That means the government is trying to hide something. And so I'm very happy with the move that the United States has taken. And I believe in the coming days, depending on how the elections end up, I am seeing the United States even take more bold action against the dictatorship in Uganda. And United States being the leader of the free world, if United States takes a bold move, then we expect to see Europe take that same move. We expect all allies to the United States and the United Nations follow the United States. So I am very positive and I see a bright future, and especially with the moves and the steps that the United States has taken towards the democracy of Uganda. Definitely the diasporans play a big role because they pay taxes in these different countries, in Europe, in United States, and all other countries where Ugandans are spread. As they pay taxes, they can also demand their governments in those countries to take bold moves against the dictatorship in Uganda. So in the past, governments were quiet, but now we see the leader of the free world coming up, and I expect to see other countries follow, and I see the dictatorship in Uganda coming to an end.
Amazing. Thank you, Edward. I heard from the new guest is coming in. So thanks a lot for this interesting dialogue. and I will see you likely later tonight.
It was a pleasure chatting with you. Thank you.
See you.
You are watching the vote monitoring program, which tracks live polling results and covers the latest election updates. You Vote Counting Stream, streaming for you live.
Hello, Jeffrey Smith. Thanks for joining us today. Hi.
Sorry about that. Good to be
It's
here.
okay.
Thanks for having me.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And so let us go on ahead and get started with you introducing yourself.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Jeffrey Smith. I'm based in Washington, D.C., and I'm the founding director of a nonprofit organization called Vanguard Africa. We were founded back in 2016, and we support pro-democracy leaders across the African continent, of which Bobiwine, who you and your viewers are very familiar with. We've been working with him for the past 3 years or so, among several others across the region. So really great to be here today and discuss his campaign and the big election that's happening today.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And so to those that are watching us, Jeffrey Smith is the founding director of Vanguard Africa. And since his meeting with Bobiwine in 2018, Jeffrey Smith has been a very influential source for advocacy, media outreach, and relationship building with the U.S. leaders over the past few years. And we thank you for that. And so I want to go over an article that you actually wrote on Vanguard Africa. And I'm going to start off with a question. Actually, this was not on your website. Maybe this was from somewhere else. But is it true that Vanguard Africa, a nonprofit you founded that promotes democracy in African countries, filed a complaint with the International Criminal Court against dictator Museveni and other high-ranking Ugandan officials for violation of international law governing human rights and crimes against humanity?
Yeah, so last week we hosted a virtual press conference with media from around the world with Bobiwine. I'm sure many of your viewers may have seen what transpired during that. Over the course of the press conference, he was pulled from his vehicle. At one point, his video went blank, and we just heard lots of shouting and gunshots going off. And it was really a striking moment for me, and I think for everyone on that call. Quite literally, we had every major media outlet and journalist around the world on that call, from the Associated Press to Reuters to AFP, CNN, BBC, the New York Times, Voice of America, really, you name it, they were on that call. And I think it was quite shocking in many respects, but first and foremost for me, is if Ugandan security forces are willing to do this to him with the world watching, what's happening behind closed doors, what's happening in the darkness when the eyes of the world are not on the country or on him specifically. So yeah, we were glad we were able to do that, and really glad that Bobby and those with him turned out to be okay. But also, we were able to showcase that to the world. We were able to expose the regime for what it is. And again, as I'm sure you've seen and the others tuning in, it really made international headlines at a very difficult time when we had our own issues happening here in the U.S. At the U.S. Capitol. So for that story to break through internationally in the way that it did, I think really shows and demonstrates how Bobiwine's campaign and his vision for change and his calls for reform and his demands for a free and fair election have really helped or have really pierced through that international sphere, and so many people are paying attention to what's happening there. I think because he's such a charismatic and inspiring character. So yeah, we've been really honored to host events like that for him over the past few years, and hopefully we can continue to do that. But first and foremost, our priority, as I'm sure everyone's priority is to keep him safe and keep him alive. We know the dangers that he faces.
Absolutely.
As well as those around him, and those with a lesser profile than him. people like Francis Zaki and Betty Nambusi and others, and you know, those who are part of his campaign staff and ordinary Ugandans out voting, you know, the people who don't necessarily have the platform that he has. You know, we're very concerned about the safety of all of them.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I myself have been working as a human rights activist ever since all these atrocities started. When I started working with Changulanyi Sentamu Robert, and the stories that you hear, one-on-one stories that we hear on the ground, very depressing and very, very unfortunate. But then I also wonder with the video that you just talked about, that the whole world saw, you almost wonder who is advising Dictator Museveni, that they would do something so silly like that, almost to expose themselves. And it actually works in our favor, because before we are showing videos that have already been pre-recorded, but now they are seeing something live. When you see something live, there's a different emotion that literally comes out of you. So that was definitely a blessing in disguise. And then, of course, you talked about our fellow activists that don't have the name that he has. I, for one, have a close friend on the ground that was working on the medical team with Changulanyi Sentamu Robert. Her name is Joyce Strong. And she was arrested in Kalangala alongside the over 100 activists that were arrested there. And days after she was arrested, I went to her page and I just wanted to see what was her last post, and I just broke down and cried. Her last post was asking for help. She said, you know, oh my goodness, we are in Kalangala. The men are killing us. Please help us. And that was the last contact that I have had with my friend ever since. This is a woman that was on the medical team. She's a young woman that's passionate about Uganda. She's willing to put her life on the risk for the security of the over 45 million Ugandans. And here she is being arrested for absolutely no good reason. But let us continue with our interview. On December 4th, 2020, you wrote an article on Vanguard.com, which was titled U.S. Policy on Uganda Needs to Reform. And then you said, until then, let us keep raising our voices. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, thank you for that. It's actually that blog post that you're referencing was sort of a spin-off of a related article I wrote for the Washington Post last month, calling for fundamental reforms for U.S. policy towards Uganda, which I think are long overdue, and we can certainly get into that later. But to answer your question more directly, you know, and this is a conversation that I've had with Bobby and those around him for a long time now, and you know, he's consistently told me, and he even mentioned during our press conference last week, the one I was just referencing, that during that conference, I asked him, I was like, you know, should we pause this and should we get you to safety first and maybe continue this at a later time? And he said, no, you know, please keep the camera rolling. That's what keeps me alive. It's this exposure that keeps me alive. So that's what I mean. You know, my background before founding Vanguard Africa and working with political leaders like Bobby was working with human rights defenders, working with civil society activists for the past decade in Washington, D.C. at several different organizations. And what I had found over that time was, you know, albeit it's not a surefire solution, but one way in which I found to help keep people safe is to build their profile, to elevate their profile. It doesn't make them untouchable, but it certainly makes them more of a prominent figure, more of a prominent voice, and therefore a dictatorial regime like that of Yoweri Museveni might be less apt to disappear them or to kill them or to keep them detained for extended periods of time. So that's what I mean by that. And I think it's so crucially important. It seems like such a mundane thing when I discuss this with people about the importance of elevating an individual's profile like Bobby, but it's so important. It's so crucially important, and it keeps them, or helps at least keep them fighting and literally breathing for the next day. I always think back, you know, just a personal anecdote to when I was working with a prominent activist from Western Sahara, and you know, this was about a decade ago, and we were in Washington, and we were meeting with legislators and elected officials. And I remember her saying in a meeting, if it wasn't for this sort of exposure, even just me taking pictures with you, taking pictures with congressmen, I would be a widow, or my husband would be a widow. My children wouldn't have a mother.
Yes.
My grandchildren wouldn't have a grandmother. And that always stuck with me. And that was, again, over 10 years. And that just, that's something I always think about. And it's a crucial part of what we do at Vanguard Africa, and a crucial part of our work with Bobby, again, over the past 3 years. Again, helping to build his profile, making introductions to him to journalists and to major events and publications, and building relationships for him with leaders in Washington, D.C. and globally. Because if Museveni and the military thugs around him know that the world is watching, perhaps they'll be less apt to cross that line and do something more sinister than the crimes they've already committed.
Absolutely. And, you talk about that exposure and how important it is to him. That is something I've been preaching for the last 2.5 years. So I understand how important it is to just keep the spotlight on him. And just to tell a little story about how exposure really is good for us all as activists. It could be good for you going to Uganda and being held there, whereby people here can actually advocate for your release, like we saw in the case of Nicholas Opio. Nicholas Opio having a big name, it was a little bit easier to get him bail than it is for someone like Joyce Strong, But even here in the United States, Jeffrey, the regime is after the activists here in the United States. I've been facing a lot of threats from the regime since 2018. And in order to protect myself, I actually started, I got very involved with Unite Here Local 25, which is a nonprofit here in the United States, Washington, D.C., about labor rights and workers' rights. And when I started getting these articles in the New York Times and in the Washington Post, it elevated my profile just a tiny little bit, where I felt an extra layer of safety.
Right.
And so I do understand that this is something that is very, very important for us. But to continue, in that same article, you write, you also write and say, having the audacity to run for political office should not be the equivalent of a death sentence. Yet sadly, that seems to be the case in Uganda. Why is this the case in Uganda?
Well, I think you've explained it perfectly well. I think the apparatus of repression is deep, and it's systematic, and it's wide. People who oppose the Museveni dictatorship in Uganda, as well as those living abroad, are potential victims. They could potentially face the wrath of an evil regime that has been in power for nearly 4 decades now. And the funny thing for me is, and this isn't just the case with Uganda and the Museveni regime, but so often, and Museveni is a prime example, so often they'll, and you see this too, where Museveni himself will point to Bobby and the political opposition as somehow being puppets of foreign agents or homosexuals or whatever label they want to use. The fact that it's the West or the United States finger wagging or moralizing or imposing our values on the country. Mm-hmm. But we have to remind them, and we have to remind the viewers to look at Uganda's own constitution and the civil liberties and the political rights that are enshrined therein. Running for president is not a crime. Voicing one's opinion is not a crime. In addition, if you look at the layers of regional and international conventions and legal instruments to which Museveni has signed and ratified over the years, whether it's the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, or the African Charter on Democracy and Election, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, these aren't outside imposed values. These are agreements that Museveni has made. He has figuratively, shaken the hand of the international community, saying, yes, we'll abide by these rules and regulations and principles and values. And routinely, he's denying them. He's routinely denying them in the sense of closing civic space in the country, literally murdering with impunity supporters of the opposition, jailing on spurious charges, Bobiwine and other contenders for office, and it goes down the ballot as well. People who are running for parliamentary seats, whether it's Dr. Stella Nyanzi or we've already mentioned Francis Zaki.
Yes.
Betty Nambuzi should not have her spine fractured on the floor of Parliament because she has the audacity of being a member of the opposition. That's beyond the pale. And I think for too long, and perhaps we can get into this a bit, I think for too long, the rest of the world, namely Uganda's development partners and its donors, including governments, but also the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, have looked the other way and in effect have helped to subsidize and bankroll this repression. And it's time to stop, and it's time to really start thinking hard and coming to some decisions here about how to reform policy and our stance, our collective government stance towards dictatorships like the one that currently rules your country.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for that. And, hopefully all this will come to an end soon. Do you really see this coming to an end? I have studied war in the past, different wars in the Congo and Sierra Leone. And in that moment, when it's happening, you almost think that it's never going to stop. I mean, look at the war in Rwanda. What do you predict for Uganda in terms of the situation that's happening right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's always tough to get into the prediction game, but as you know, and as others, the famous, Nelson Mandela saying that it always seems impossible until it is done.
Yes.
I think the groundwork and the foundation that Bobby, the NUP, and people like you and activists on the ground in Uganda, but also in the vibrant diaspora across the world have really built a foundation for change. And I think that's what inspires me is seeing people like you and your colleagues and those in Uganda today who are queuing in line for hours to vote, facing down the military, facing down the threats, the harassment, the intimidation, the broken biometric machines, the gunfire, the threats to their safety, to vote for change. That's what inspires me and keeps me going, and that's what gives me hope for the future of Uganda, but also other countries in Africa and elsewhere that are suffering under the yoke of dictatorship. And I often think back to, a country that I worked very closely on for a number of years was the Gambia. And I remember in the lead up to that country's December 2016 elections, a country in which then dictator Yahya Jammeh had been in power for over 2 decades, and everyone said it was impossible, that he would never leave power. He said himself that he would rule for 1 billion years and that only God could remove him. But that arrogance, got to him, and he was ultimately defeated by the ballot in December 2016. And of course, it took the threat of a regional military intervention for him to leave in January 2017. But a political opposition coalition came together. They defeated him. And then look what just recently happened in Malawi.
Yes.
Certainly there's a history of multi-party elections and democracy in Malawi, very different from Uganda. But they too, the Malawians were facing an increasingly authoritarian government, and the opposition united, and the citizens rose up, and the institutions held strong, and they guaranteed the victory for the coalition that ultimately now brought President Chakwera and Vice President Chilima to power. So it is possible. This has happened across the world. Dictators go down by the ballot. Think of Pinochet in Chile. Think of Suharto in the Philippines. This has happened across the world for generations. Dictatorships ultimately fall, and what fells them is active citizenry, people pushing for change, and like you said, quite literally putting their lives on the line to do it. And it's that bravery, it's that courage, it's that passion and perseverance and persistence that keeps me getting up every day and working on behalf of these issues. I'm sitting here safe in Washington, D.C., a privileged white male working with my Ugandan counterparts. And again, it's a privilege for me to do that. And if they keep going and they keep fighting, what excuse do people like I have? And my answer would be none. we don't have an excuse.
Yes. And that's the same exact thing that I tell myself. I have a daughter. And in the beginning, I'm like, well, I'm putting my daughter's life at risk, or I can't travel back to Uganda for some time. But then you look at what you're doing and you realize it's bigger than you. It's bigger than your child. And you also realize that every great leader or activist that has been in this, they also had kids. They also had people that loved and cared about them. And so you almost get over yourself and you do what you have to do on behalf of your country. What do you think about the fact that, the youth are really, first of all, do you feel that it's the youth that are driving this liberation process in Uganda?
Of course, yeah, the youth hold the key in Uganda and elsewhere. Absolutely, I think, and Bobiwine speaks very, very eloquently about this. The fact that he was 3 years old when General Museveni came to power. The fact that 80% of Ugandans, I believe, have never known another leader aside from Museveni. The fact that they've never known a peaceful democratic transition of power, and it's that yearning for change that's really driving this movement. The interesting thing too is in Uganda and elsewhere, but this is reflective across the African continent. Africans in general, and I hate to generalize like this, but in general, the facts bear out that the demands for multi-party democracy and a rejection of one-party military rule has actually stayed quite stable in Africa. It's actually increasing, where citizens' demand for democracy are increasing and faith in democracy is increasing, whereas in other parts of the world, including here in the West and including here in North America, that's actually declining. But Africa's held strong, including in Uganda. There are these demands for democracy. It's the supply side that has been lacking. And that's been very evident in the dictatorship of Yoweri Museveni. And I'd also really quickly, just to put on your radar, if you and your viewers are interested in this topic of sort of the youth versus old elites, another project I'm involved with is a global discussion program called the Resistance Bureau. We do a live program much like this twice a month. And our first program actually of 2021 will be on this very topic, and we will have a guest from Uganda. I'm not at liberty to share who that is right now, but we will have a guest from Uganda, as well as from Malawi, Nigeria, and potentially South Sudan. So a good regional representation on this exact topic, and would love to put that on your radar and your listeners' radar to tune in. It should be a really, really great program.
I really feel that if the Ugandan youth can further be educated, this will really be good for the country. And maybe part of the reason why we are not there yet in terms of getting rid of Dictator Museveni is because that education factor is kind of like missing to a certain degree. I don't know if you've noticed, but with the educational system in Uganda and different positions in government that are very crucial to empowering the youth, they're all held by people that are close to Museveni, or I'll probably say, if they're not necessarily close to him, people that he can use.
Right. Part of a patronage network.
Exactly, yeah. And so we saw Janet Museveni, the wife of, obviously, Dictator Museveni, go to Kalamoja, and everything was fine when she got there. And by the time you imagine how excited they were receiving the First Lady. And by the time she left, they had stolen the land, the minerals, everything. Now the people of Karamoja are starving. And then, of course, we saw Janet Museveni also become the Minister of Education in Uganda. And now look at the educational system. Like, they are literally bent on creating a generation of dummies, in a sense. Like, everything that deals with empowerment and that forward thinking for the future of Uganda, the next generation of Ugandans, that they have completely scrapped it off. But luckily enough, their time is up. We're going to do everything we can to get them out of power. Go on.
I was going to say, I think it's really interesting you mentioned the role of Museveni's family, because of course his son as well is now a very high level figure in the military, and it seems very clearly that Museveni is setting up his family to rule after he ultimately leaves, and that's a hallmark of authoritarian leaders across the world and across history. Look at our own authoritarian here in Washington D.C. that we just impeached for the second time, and the role that his family has played in his corruption. Look at what Robert Mugabe did in Zimbabwe, placing his sons and his wife in key governmental and ministerial positions. It becomes a mafia state, and they're only there to enrich themselves and at the expense of the country. And I think that's what really needs to be exposed. The fact that these rulers use their time in office for their own benefit. That's the very definition of corruption. And I would, certainly say that definition fits the current failed leadership that exists in Kampala.
Yeah, and it's a shame. It's really sad. We're going to interrupt this for just a few minutes to see if they have some results that they're ready to display for us. But please stay on.
Great.
Timo, do you have some results for us? Okay, perfect. They're not ready yet. So let's go back to the youth. I'm just so interested by by these young leaders that originated from the ghetto, that are fighting alongside Bobiwine. They are leading a nonviolent movement. I find it absolutely amazing that Bobiwine could have easily come out and said, let's get guns, whatever you have, let's get rid of Museveni. And clearly, maybe we would even be so much more farther. But that's not what we want. We want to get rid of dictator Museveni the democratic way. What do you think of the fact that People Power is a nonviolent movement and these youth actually listen to Bobiwine and they do as he says?
Yeah, it's remarkable. I was actually just talking about this on social media yesterday, I believe, talking about the number of provocations over the years that the regime has used in a way in which to try to provoke, whether it's the People Power movement or the National Unity Platform or the campaign team around Bobby to meet violence with violence, right? And I think the fact that they've been able to maintain that line has been truly remarkable and commendable, in the fact that Bobby commands such respect in that regard, and I hope it holds. Not only because it's morally and ethically right, but also it's strategically correct as well. If you look throughout history and the data and the facts back this up, it's nonviolent movements that are ultimately much more successful than violent overthrows or using guns as opposed to using ballots. It's tough. It takes a lot of work. Lives are lost, very unfortunately. But nonviolent movements and nonviolent civic resistance is the way to change. There are some great resources out there from the International Center on Nonviolent Conflict, from the U.S. Institute of Peace. I'd be happy to send these along afterward if anyone is interested, but the data is out there. Nonviolent movements are more successful, and they're also more likely to usher in democratic models of governance as opposed to military dictatorship or one-party rule or authoritarian regimes. So again, to wrap up, I think it's commendable, it's remarkable, but it's also very strategically important that this movement maintains its nonviolent stance and its nonviolence tactics and overall strategy.
Perfect. And then obviously, I've been waiting for this moment. Clearly, we know Museveni is going to rig the votes unless Byabakama, the person at the head of the Electoral Commission, stands up and does the right thing, right? Which he probably won't, but we're hoping he's going to do the right thing. And so the post-election, what ideas do you have for the youth and Ugandans as a whole that can point us to our way forward?
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. I mean, when you're dealing with a long ruling dictatorship like the NRM and like Museveni, you have to think of, their pillars of support. What is holding up the regime? Where do they derive their strength from? Is it from the military? Is it from the security sector? Is it from the judiciary? Where is that source of power coming from, and where do they rank, and how do you start chipping away at that power? Is it getting people to break away from the NRM perhaps and join the opposition? Is it people within the current ruling regime that are fed up with the corruption that we've been talking about, that are fed up with the lives being lost, and maybe perhaps they're willing to speak out and join an opposition movement? So it's looking for those pillars of strength and how to chip away and peel away at that, but also importantly, as I think this election will show, rallies are great, getting movement, getting mass amounts of people into the streets and at rallies and protesting when the need arises. But it's also about it's not only about mobilizing people, it's about registering people to vote and actually getting them to go out there to vote and then defend their vote. And I think one really interesting thing to think about is, I think the U.S. and U.S. policy looms large here. And if you look at recent examples in which the U.S. government's stance and policy has been helpful, they're few and far between recently. But if you look at the revolution in Sudan, and the nonviolent movement that the citizens led there, they were out in the streets every single day in the hundreds of thousands, demanding change, demanding an ouster of Bashir, their dictator, even after a massacre on June the 3rd. But you juxtapose that with the stolen election in the DR Congo in 2018, or the recent stolen election in Tanzania. You haven't seen people out in the streets. You haven't seen them out demonstrating, being nonviolent in mass numbers. And I think that's a real difference. If Ugandans truly believe that this vote was stolen, that then something needs to be done. Then they need to be out in the streets. They need to be demanding that their votes are counted, that their voices are heard, and that a reform agenda is put forth. And I'm very aware of the fact that I'm saying this very comfortably here, and I'm not advocating for people to go out and get themselves killed. But if you look at the recent experiences in which change has happened, it's been mass mobilization. It's been people in the streets being nonviolent. Again, not just in Africa, but elsewhere across the world, whether it was the recent protest movement in Chile or Ukraine. There's examples around the world. So I think that's something that for Ugandans to potentially look at and perhaps derive inspiration from.
And you are absolutely right. And then, of course, what was missing in Uganda, we all know. Part of it was the unity aspect of it. Personally, I just did not understand how presidential candidates that clearly understand how politics work could not come together and agree to work together towards a common goal and a collective vision very early on. Luckily enough, at this particular moment, they were able to come together and agree that they will protect the vote together if it is rigged. So that is a way forward for opposition. But I believe the youth and the people on the bottom are doing what they're supposed to be doing. And then, of course, we have people like yourself that are doing an excellent job, Helen Epstein, Robert Amsterdam, at advocating for us here in the United States alongside the diaspora community, the Ugandan diaspora community. But we want a bigger push from the top. I see Bobiwine doing a lot, and clearly Mugisha Muntu is doing a lot, Dr. Kiza Besigye. But if they don't do it together, then we have all these groups that are not united. Everyone is in their own little corner doing their own thing, and that's not going to work for us in terms of a way forward. But what is your message to Ugandans?
No, I think you just hit on a key message. I mean, unity is absolutely critical. It's essential. I'm not saying this is the case in Uganda, but so often it's, petty personal differences that get in the way of unity. You'll have these various opposition leaders, these disparate opposition leaders who agree on 95% of the issues, 99% of the issues. There's an overlapping consensus there, but there's often an inability for them to come together and unite, put their personal differences aside, put their personal aspirations aside, and go back to a theme we were talking about at the beginning is think about something bigger than themselves. And again, if you look at the recent democratic breakthroughs on the continent, where have they happened? They've happened in countries in which leaders have done this. The Gambia in 2016, Malawi in 2019, and again in 2020 with the rerun, where they united and these opposition leaders came together. Opposition leaders that had significant support on their own, 20, 30%. But when they come together and unite, it's 50, it's 60%, and they can overcome rigging by the regime. They can overcome the support that the regime may have, because let's not forget Museveni does have support, right? So I think it's unity is so absolutely critical and so absolutely essential, and that is a key component of ushering in democratic change. There's no two ways about it. There's a need to unite for the reasons I just stated, but also, as you know better than I do, but I've certainly seen this on the ground in the Gambia, for example, where when political leaders come together and they unite and make a very public show of that, that really mobilizes voters. Number one, it mobilizes them, it inspires them, it makes them think like, wow, okay, my vote is going to count this time. I'm going to go queue in line for 12 hours and potentially put my life on the line to vote because it's going to matter. And there's a chance that we might actually win. And in turn, what that does is it really energizes and it inspires the international media to start paying attention, like, oh, hey, what's happening in Gambia right now? There's some movement there. There's something really interesting happening here. Or Uganda, for example, if it were to happen there. So it mobilizes people on the ground, it energizes the international community and the media,
Yes.
and then you get that momentum rolling. And that's really a key driver for success that I have seen.
Absolutely. It is very important that the international community sees us, working together in unison for them to, everything in life is about energy. If I can feel your energy, if I can feel your pain, then it makes it easy for me to help you, And so when you say, raise your voices, that is what that means. Speak about protests here in the diaspora. How influential and how can this protest be beneficial to the liberation in Uganda or of Uganda?
I think it's hugely beneficial, and I talk about this a lot, and that is the role of the diaspora. I think your involvement is absolutely critical. And I hate to keep talking about the Gambia because it's a very different context. It's a very different country. But I've said this before, and I've said this in other programs and in articles and elsewhere. If it wasn't for the role of the Gambian diaspora, Yahya Jammeh would still be in power today, unquestionably. If it was not for their role and their power and their influence, literally knocking on doors in the halls of the U.S. Congress and the Senate, and getting support, Jammeh would still be in power today, unquestionably. So yeah, the diaspora has a huge role to play, whether it's in terms of online radio stations like this, social media, because what happens in the diaspora often resonates back home. And if people back home know that their messages are getting through in the halls of the US Congress, for instance, that will help energize and embolden them a bit more. But also you're sending, the diaspora is sending a lot of money back home, whether it's through remittances or other forms of payment. You are very, very influential, and you should use that power to your advantage, whether it's with engaging with your local congressman or senator, or starting online platforms like this to inform people, because so often access to information and credible information is an issue in dictatorships like Uganda. So creating platforms like this to educate people, whether it's civic education or education on how to register to vote and where your polling places are, very basic, mundane, simple things like that are so important. Another thing I should put on your radar too, if there are a lot of diaspora folks tuning in and listening, is one thing that I've been very involved in is helping link diaspora leaders to Department of Justice officials here, because often you'll have Ugandan leaders who are corrupt human rights abusers come here to the US, oftentimes on fraudulent visa applications. So it's connecting leaders like yourself and others to officials at the DOJ to put these leaders who might be coming to the United States on their radar, and they can then track them down and see what U.S. law says about human rights violators or corrupt individuals being here. And that's something we can certainly talk about offline, but that's another way in which to engage with folks here.
Yes, and we'll definitely be more than happy to have you back again and talk about some of these issues in detail. What I have realized is that there's so many people out there that are willing to educate, but they are going on these big platforms where the youth the youth of Uganda, or really youth worldwide, we have to reach them where they are. And they're on Facebook. And I know with Vanguard, you have done that. you know, you have your platforms, whether it's on Twitter, Facebook, everywhere, YouTube, just to ensure that the information is actually going down to the person on the bottom so that they know how to fight for themselves. But what is your message, like a message of hope to Ugandans?
Yeah, wow, that's a tough question. You know, I think I don't have a message of hope necessarily. I think my message of hope is derived from the fact that they and you and voters on the ground give me hope, and you provide inspiration that change is possible to people across the world. The whole world is watching Uganda today. Even though journalists were denied visas, even though election observers were denied accreditation by the government, the world is watching. The media, if you look on the Washington Post right now, the New York Times, CNN, BBC, the Associated Press, Reuters, all the top stories, in addition to what's happening here in Washington, are Uganda. And I think that's the power of Ugandans' inspiration right now. People have seen that individuals in the largely youth population are demanding change and doing so bravely and courageously and at great risk to themselves, their families, and their colleagues. That's the inspiration. That's the hope. It's coming from ordinary Ugandans who are doing this. So I guess I'm not sure if that's necessarily a message, but that's what I'm feeling, and that's what gives me strength to continue doing this. Because again, I'm removed, but this can be taxing. You know, this is very tough, and it can be very lonely work as well.
Yeah.
So seeing this and seeing people online voting today and voting for change and standing up for their democratic rights and defending them against this vicious onslaught by a ruthless authoritarian regime is incredibly inspiring.
It is absolutely
keep doing it and keep trying. It's not impossible, and again, it seems impossible until it's done.
Yeah, indeed. And you know what? Young people, they get discouraged. They get scared at some point, and they, you know, because the regime is doing everything they can to get strong activists away from the movement. I had a close friend of mine send me a message yesterday, and she was just panicking. In fact, she had even called 911 because she did not know what was going on. She went on her phone to make a phone call. Her phone was just done, and there was a message on that she couldn't access WhatsApp, Facebook, nothing. And there was a message on there that was telling her to contact the FBI. So here she's thinking she's in trouble. And I've been through this already, so I just started laughing. I'm like, that means you're doing a great job. The Ugandan regime is now after you. I said, just be careful and continue doing what you're doing, and in fact, do it better. You know what I mean? But someone asked a question here and said, what could it take for foreign countries like USA to directly intervene in Uganda's issues? Because honestly, Ugandans are seriously suffering. And this was from KBS Juma's media.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like that word intervention, but there are enough ways in which governments can and should be intervening in a sense. I think intervening in the sense of, you know, for instance, you know, the United States, for example, me being an American, so I'll speak about U.S. policy towards Uganda. The fact that we provide hundreds of millions of dollars in security and military assistance to an unaccountable regime that then turns that military and security assistance against their own citizens. I think reviewing that and altering that policy is first and foremost a priority. Secondly, you know, rethinking our relationship overall. Again, even some, and this has been documented by researchers, and I know you have Helen Epstein coming on, and she can certainly talk with expertise about this, the fact that funding for COVID-19 relief response has gone towards the military, you know, to secret military accounts. That is completely and wholly unacceptable. And I know this term has been worn out and it's been used so much, but in so many ways, the U.S. and Western governments and the World Bank, who just provided another $300 million loan to Uganda in June of 2020, they're subsidizing this repression. And it's time to make Uganda a pariah, not continue to make Uganda a seen as somehow a strategic partner. And my frustration is so often support for dictators, let's call him what he is, a dictator.
Yes.
Support for dictators like Museveni is often, justified under this banner of stability. But if you look at Uganda, Uganda is far from stable. And who is bringing that instability? It's Museveni. So it's a complete farce to continue to believe or to continue to base policy, U.S. policy, on the fact that Museveni brings stability. So often support for Museveni, again, is based on, he's a strong regional ally and partner in bringing stability to East Africa, when in fact, if you look at the conflicts happening in the region, they're often stoked, prolonged, and exacerbated by Museveni himself. If you look at the atrocities that were committed in northern Uganda, that was because of flawed Ugandan Museveni policy. If you look at the crimes and the atrocities being committed in the DR Congo, all of that traces back to Kampala in many ways.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that relationship really needs to be reconsidered. And I think with the incoming Biden administration and some of the headway and some of the momentum and the relationships we built in the U.S. Congress, including the United States Senate, you may have seen some of the recent strong statements from Senator Chris Coons and Senator Bob Menendez. I think many of the key leaders in the United States who work on foreign policy and who work on Africa are becoming a bit fed up with Museveni, to be honest. So I would say that change is potentially on the way, especially if today and in the next 2 days we see very clear evidence that this election was rigged or otherwise stolen.
Yes, and then something I read on a Twitter account for the United States Embassy in Uganda. That was in reference to the riots. Well, I wouldn't call them riots. There were protests on the 18th and 19th when Bobiwine was arrested, and over 50 people were killed by the NRM regime. And they posted on their tweet and they said, we urge both sides to cease violence. And it is just so upsetting. I talked to one of the mothers.
There's no both sides.
Yeah, there's no both sides. I talked to one of the mothers, and this is Miss Hajara. She lost her son, Amosegawa. He was 15 years old. They were walking down. They went to work that day. They left early, and they were trying to escape the violence. And she was holding his hand while putting one of her hands up. Because everyone was doing it, she felt, oh, well, they won't shoot me if I show that I'm not doing anything that I'm not supposed to be doing. And next thing you know, one of the UPDF trucks pulled up, coming from like Entebbe Road, where the Queen's Clock is, and they just were shooting, over 8 men, shooting in the crowd. They didn't care who they were going to kill, just shooting in the crowd. Next thing you know, her son is on the floor, dead. This is a 15-year-old. And it just really goes to show, earlier you were talking about how, we might be here and we maybe we are a bit safe, and we sometimes don't want to say certain things because we are here in the United States where we have a bit of safety. But at the same time, we have to give a message to Ugandans that the majority of people being killed are not even people that are fighting for change when the situation of like the 18th and the 19th happened. These were not mainly people power supporters that were killed. These were daily Ugandans going about their business that ended up just being shot dead for no reason. There was another gentleman that was in his workshop. I believe he was a carpenter. And, they walked in, shot him dead. And his friend, maybe called workmate, came and said, well, why did you shoot him? And they shot him too for asking that question.
Yeah, and actually these are, all these individual crimes that you're talking about, all of these were actually discussed and documented in, yes, going back to what you initially we were talking about, the outset of this discussion, and all these are documented in the ICC complaint that Bobby has filed at the International Criminal Court. And if people are interested in reading the entire complaint, we actually have it up on our website. If you go to vanguardafrica.com and you go to the In the News section and scroll down, you will see a link to the entire video recording of the press conference, including when he's yanked out of the car and he's tear gassed and he's pepper sprayed and you hear bullets being fired. But also on our website, we have the full 47-page ICC complaint, and it documents some of these instances that you're talking about. And this is precisely why this disdain for humanity, this absolute disrespect of human dignity that has become so commonplace in Uganda on the part of the Museveni regime, this amounts to crimes against humanity. And this is why we're asking for an investigation at the International Criminal Court. And this is why we're demanding accountability. And you mentioned that, we might be here and we're not on the ground, and that's certainly true, but we can act as a megaphone. We can act as provide and assist to people on the ground who are fighting for change and fighting for democracy, and we can be their megaphone. We can be their point guard here, assisting and passing the ball when we need to. It's my mantra is, solidarity knows no boundaries and solidarity knows no borders. We're all in this together, and I think, simply by virtue of the fact that we're human, I might be American and you might be Ugandan, yes, but we all want the same thing. We all want to be respected. We all want our voices to count and to matter, and we all want a say in our future. And the baseline means with which to do that is free and fair elections. And if that's denied, then what do we really have? What platform upon which do we have to stand on? And the answer is we don't. And that's the fundamental battle of our time, I think, whether it's here in the United States, where we certainly have our own issues, but also in a country like Uganda that has only known one leader for the past 35 years.
Yes, and that humanity, like, that's so important. Going based on that, to move on to something similar to what the USA Embassy did. Just recently, I believe just 2 weeks ago, 2 to 3 weeks ago, the New York Times and I believe the Guardian tried to create a narrative that Museveni was actually going to win this election. And I just wonder, what are you thinking when you write an article like that? Seeing all the deaths that are taking place in Uganda, like we, the Ugandan people, are tired of being looked at as though we are not people. We're human beings. We want peace. We want stability. And for someone that's coming from a country that is democratic, it's absolutely idiotic, to say the least, that you're almost looking at us like as though we're some kind of animals that do not deserve to live.
That you don't have agency, that you don't have a choice or
exactly
matter. Yeah, and I think a lot of those stories too are based on public opinion surveys and polling that are done by certain organizations. But again, you always have to question those statistics, right? Because how do you credibly poll people in a dictatorship who are legitimately feared that if they say, I'm voting for the opposition, they don't know if they're going to get a knock on their door that night or a grenade through their window. But like Bobiwine has experience and his 15-year-old son has experience, they don't know that. So I think you can throw all that away. I've run into this problem before in some past experiences in Zimbabwe during the Mugabe era. Like, how do you credibly conduct public opinion surveys, particularly on voter preferences, when you have a strongman ruler, an authoritarian, and a dictator in power, when, again, going back to our earlier conversation, running for or otherwise supporting someone who is opposed to the president is equivalent to a death sentence in many instances. So how can you credibly do any survey or polling in an environment like that?
Exactly. It's absolutely very difficult. And then, of course, it's very important that we are obviously focusing on the solutions instead of the problems. So when I look at these articles come out, I know that we as Ugandans have a role to play. When someone like you write an article on Vanguard Africa that is actually positive for us, it is important that we as Ugandans are going to your page and we're liking it and we're commenting and we're giving more information. So then as some readers, they read the article, but they want to see what do Ugandans have to say about this, and what we say really matters. It gives the person extra information to actually want to do something about what is happening in the country. Like Bobiwine, when we see Bobiwine take it a step further each and every single time, it makes us want to do more to protect him, just like you said earlier. So it is very important that Ugandans, we are going to these websites, whether it's the New York Times, go find the article that I just talked about, The Guardian, and
I mean, look up, I mean, there'll be a byline too. It'll give the journalist's name of who wrote it. And find them on social media and tweet at them. You know, so often I'll see folks tweeting at New York Times or at Washington Post. No, don't do that. You go see who wrote the article.
Yes.
Tweet at them. Get in touch with them that way. You know, tag the individual journalist. Don't tag the publication because they'll never see it. You know, go there and tag and directly reference the journalist in question, because 99% of the time that journalist will have a Twitter account. And they'll read their comments. So reach out to them directly, tag them directly. That would be my advice.
I really love that. So again, we're going into post-election, and this is the way forward. You know, this is what we're going to have to do.
And also, it's not just the you mentioned my organization, Vanguard Africa. It's not just the content we put out either, but we also have on our website if you go to a blog section called Africa Watch. I'll write many of them, but also we have guest posts as well, where we have, so Bobiwine, for instance, has written several blog posts for us, and other activists and academics and journalists and leaders from the region. We also publish as well. So if there's anyone out there interested in writing a piece for us, certainly feel free to reach out to me that way, and we'd be happy to talk about that as well. Because it's so important to your point about getting these voices out there, and creating a platform for them, and that's what we strive to do really with the Africa Watch portion of our website.
Perfect. Well, we thank you very much for everything you continue to do on behalf of Uganda. We've definitely learned a lot from this particular experience. Please, if you have any last words to share with Ugandans, we'd greatly appreciate that.
I would just say thanks again for having me on. It's been a real pleasure to talk to you and to talk to your listeners, and feel free to reach out anytime. And like I said, you know, today, certainly the world is watching. We'll keep doing our part to make sure that spotlight shines on Uganda. Too often, you know, dictators like Museveni, they grow strength in the darkness, right? And they become more emboldened in the shadows. So the brighter the spotlight we can maintain and keep on the country, I think the better for the democratic prospects, and the better chances we have of keeping leaders like Bobiwine and others alive. So I can commit that we'll certainly continue to do that, but we're all in this together again. And I think that's the really important message, is that solidarity and unity is so important.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And then we are going to check on with our team for the election results and see how far they are. And for you, Jeffrey Smith, thank you, and I'll see you back soon.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Take care. Be safe.
You are watching the Vote Monitoring Program, which tracks live polling results and covers the latest election updates. You Vote Counting Stream, streaming for you live.
Hello, Helen Epstein.
Hang on a sec. There you are. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great. As you can see, that's our tally center. Clearly, we're experiencing some problems because the regime is fighting against everything that we are doing, but the results are definitely coming in. But I'm so happy to see you. And of course, Edward Abili is going to go on ahead and come on the screen and interview you.
Oh, great. Okay.
Okay. Oh, they're saying the problems are almost fixed. So Edward Abili, please go on ahead with your interview.
Thank you, Patricia. Hello, Helen.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. It's a pleasure to be with you on screen.
Likewise, likewise.
Yes, our viewers that are watching us, I am right here with Helen Epstein. Helen has had tremendous successful work in Africa. She's a journalist, She's a writer, and she has written a lot of books about democracy, about how governments operate, and all these books are available on Amazon. One of the most interesting book that I've just been checking out that Helen has written is another author, Fine Mess, America, and then Uganda and War on Terror. All these books can be found on Amazon. Helen, I must say that we deeply appreciate everything that you've done for Uganda, all the articles that you've written to expose the bad governance in Uganda, and not only in Uganda, in Africa and in the world at large. I've seen some of your books that you've written about the Nazi and the bad leadership during the World War I. And then also you've written about the Jewish society. And
No. I have to interrupt you. In fact, there are actually two writers named Helen Epstein. One of them writes about Africa, and the other one writes about the Nazis. And we are not the same person.
Okay.
The other person is also very nice, and you might want to interview her someday. But and she's very good. She's a very good writer, but she's different from me. So I only write really about Africa, and about I write about public health, and I write about dictatorship, because.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, because when I was perusing through all the books, you have the same names, and I imagine you are all the same people.
No, but we get mixed up all the time, so don't worry about it. We get each other's mail. It's amazing.
So, wow,
yeah,
that's interesting.
yeah, many people confuse us.
Yeah. Yes, so I'll dive into some of the discussion topics, and I'll go to my first question for you. Even though there is sufficient academic and journalistic material that exposes donor support that is being used to fund the dictatorship for political survival in Uganda, the West continues funding Museveni. Why do you think this is the case?
I don't know. I think you need to ask the people who make those decisions. I have often tried to speak to them myself and have not been successful in even getting them in the door. In fact, getting in the door to speak to them or getting them on the phone. And I tried quite hard, because I did write a book about how foreign aid is fueling human rights abuses, not just inside Uganda, but in the entire region, really, because Museveni's army has been rampaging in all the countries on its borders, really, since he came to power. So I have long wondered why this is the case. But when I've tried to ask, I find when I have, on rare occasions, managed to speak to people who are decision makers, say in the World Bank, or were in previous administrations. I haven't tried recently, but I did try in previous administrations to try to find out. And the people that I'm speaking to they either know nothing about it, so they express great interest and want to hear more and so on, and say they'll follow up and never do. Or they get very tense and they say, they just ask me, so do you have any other questions? And they clam up and say nothing. And the interview ends very quickly, usually after 15 minutes or so. So I cannot answer your question. I wish I could myself.
Yes, I can imagine how challenging it is, especially when to follow up and to try to bring down dictatorships that are financially well-funded and then having all military might and all that, it's difficult. And yeah, and so Helen, why do you think that reporting human rights violations is so important for change in Uganda?
Well, I think that really the human rights abuses in Uganda have been going on for a very long time, really since Museveni seized power. Within months, he began committing horrific abuses, torture, massacres, looting, and so on, terrible things in northern Uganda. But that was behind a kind of cordon. So there were no cell phones then, and reporters were barred for the area. So nobody really knew what was going on. And Museveni has really used that tactic ever since, either claiming that abuses aren't happening or saying that if they are, that they were instigated as retaliation against rioters, against rebels, against terrorists. And he's managed to convince the West of this because he himself has a kind of, I mean, he doesn't always, but he can have a kind of charm. He can sort of beguile and seduce. Particularly, he's very good with white audiences, people who don't know Africa well, and most of the people in these donor communities actually don't. And they're easily charmed by him and easily dismissive of, sometimes, people who have very credible evidence against Museveni, but maybe aren't quite so polished about presenting it. Or maybe they're just saying things that the West, for its, Western donor aid officials and so on, just don't want to hear for whatever reason. So, so they've managed to squelch this narrative, the truth, basically, for 35 years. And now, Museveni has been committing a lot of very evil, his army is responsible for a lot of very evil things that have been shown on cell phones and passed around through social media just over the past few weeks alone, or a few months. And none of this is new, really, but it is drawing attention like never before. And I think part of that is because of the extraordinary political gifts and charisma and attractiveness and decency of Bobiwine and the people surrounding him, the people who are working with him, the other candidates in his party, the members of his team, and so on. So I think there's a combination between sort of him and social media that have really changed the narrative very suddenly.
Yes, and actually you've hit the right point by explaining how Museveni has been able to charm and light the Western world and the Western leaders. And in that case, we are very grateful for people like you who are able to come up with writings to expose the lies behind these charms. So we really appreciate you, Helen. And then, Helen, I'll go to another question. How best, you're an experienced journalist, you are an experienced and well-known writer. How best do you think Ugandans could report human rights violations?
Oh, what's the best way of doing that?
Yes.
Yeah, I think, well, at the moment, what's really fantastic is that there are these, sometimes it's very hard because traditionally Uganda, it was very difficult. And a lot of this, the human rights organizations, the big ones like Amnesty and Human Rights Watch, they're supposed to cover the entire world, right? And for a long time, Uganda was just not a priority because people didn't understand what was going on there, including some of the, some of these organizations themselves, sadly, really were looking the other way also because they felt, oh no, we have to report Venezuela, we have to report on Russia, whatever. And, there are a lot of countries in the world, and to really understand all of them is hard. So one must be sympathetic. On the other hand, These are real problems. And these organizations are doing a better job now, I must say. They greatly accelerate, intensify their attention to the country, and it's really heartening to see. But sometimes ordinary people who might be victims of abuses don't have access to Human Rights Watch or Amnesty. Yeah. So what they need to do is they need to collect evidence. Like sometimes you'll see things on social media, like on WhatsApp groups or something, where somebody says, Alphonse is being tortured somewhere or has just been harmed. And what you need to do is collect as much information as you can, including the full name of the person, telephone numbers of him or his nearest relations or people close to him who can be contacted. Any documentary evidence that you have, maybe write up the story in a paragraph or so if you can, or take photographs of what was done to the person. Everything that would actually create, that might be used as evidence, really. And that needs to be collected as close to the time at which the problem occurred as possible. And then that should be sent, I think you guys are linked to the TASSC, which is an organization based in Washington, which works with torture survivors, and they're collecting some of this evidence. But even if you can't contact them, you should contact there are now a number of diaspora organizations that are run sort of nominally as NUP, and they have been collecting a lot of this information. So if you can get in touch with someone at any of those groups, then, or anyone in the diaspora at all, your own relatives, if you're Ugandan, your own people somewhere, they should be able to contact them, and they should then share that information with them, and those organizations can then package it and send it to the donors, for example, which they have been doing. So really the problem, unfortunately, is part of it is here in the West. And so the more accurate, do not send fake news, please. I mean, that we are getting some of that as well. And so we have to be quite careful about that. But do send true reports, and eventually, if they're verified and so on, they can be passed on to relevant agencies that can sometimes advocate for the victims and sometimes try to help them, can sometimes try to support them in some way, and can, but more often it will add to the dossier of atrocities, which we hope will soon lead to a change in donor relationships with Uganda.
Thank you, Helen, for that wonderful information and guidance on how to go about with exposing the atrocities that is being committed by the regime in Uganda. So clearly, if citizens worldwide knew about the gross violations of human rights, they would act. How do we get them involved besides going in for the governments and all that?
How do we get who involved? Sorry.
General citizens, like we are in America, for example. How do we get Americans involved, since Americans are living in the free world, and it is of their interest to see the rest of the world free?
Yeah. And now that we know, we've come sort of rather close to manhandling of the Constitution in our country, then you know, I hope should sensitize people in the West, I think, more to the plight of Ugandans. You know, for a long time, there was a kind of political complacency in this country that, yeah, the government's over there and it's doing whatever it's doing, but we don't really need to get involved. So people who might be concerned, you know, because people were kind of insensitive, actually. I remember talking to someone in the media about the situation in Uganda and saying, you know, this is an attack on democracy. It was around the last election in 2016. And the person said, nobody cares about democracy. It's like, maybe they care about human rights or something, but not democracy. Yeah. It's like, well, they're the same thing. But now I think people really understand that democracy matters a whole lot. And having a leader who the majority of the people suspect and don't trust is a really, really, really bad thing. So now's a good time to get the story out and reaching, you know, reaching the people, especially people in the West who tend to be, especially nowadays, kind of preoccupied with their own problems is not easy. But, you know, work through the media, work through social media, engage everywhere you can, even talking to your friends. I mean, people that you know through, you know, casual contacts, tell them the story of what's going on there. Share articles with them. Here's what's going on in my country, and so on. There's a very good article in Foreign Affairs that just came out, which is by Bobiwine himself, and I think would be really interesting for people to read. I don't know. I'm not able. Can I put in comments? Yeah, I think I can. I'll try to find the link for it. Yeah. So. There we go. So if I'm able to, how do I send this to you? I'm chatting.
Are you able to share your screen?
No, but what I did is I've just sent in a private chat to you. You can share it with
I've seen it.
Everybody else. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll share it at some point in time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a nice piece, and it kind of, you know, it covers the whole history, and it really challenges the West. And the magazine is important because it's read not that widely, but it's read by people people in the U.S. government. It's read by people in Washington, and also in London and Belgium and so on. So it's really quite it's quite good. So yeah, when things like that, I mean, there's lots and lots of reporting on the Ugandan election right now. So it's a great time to be sharing things like that and talking about it in whatever way you can.
Perfect. So Helen, Eric is going to ask some more questions.
Okay.
Hello, Helen. Nice to meet you.
Hello.
We already spoke to each other on the chat, but it's while you were thinking with while you were talking, I also got another question. So, what can you think of that you have not yet tried yourself? Because it seems you have tried everything. What can you think of that you have not yet tried yourself to create awareness about this donor support and about this situation? Because you spoke to the decision makers, you tried whatever you tried, and still they are continuing with this support.
Well, I do think that we may be seeing some change finally, and I think you know, it's not just me who's been trying, and there are people who've been trying even longer. You know, there have been Ugandans who've been trying to get Western donors to reconsider their support for Museveni really for 30 years or longer, and so you know, they like all of us, they're kind of obsessed with these problems, and they just, every day presents, a new challenge and a new opportunity. It's almost that you just have to be thinking all the time, where's an opportunity? Where can I make a difference? What can I do? Where can I say something? And so being alert to those opportunities, wherever they may appear, is always a good thing if you're an activist for anything. The other thing is that what's great is that there are lots of younger people, such as yourself, who are now involved in this issue and understand it very, very well. And so, it's really heartening to see other minds now being applied to this problem, and a broader conversation taking place that's really sort of widening out, because for a long time it was a sort of niche area. There just weren't that many of us involved in this. And now, and even, even before, it was even more, Museveni was Mr. Wonderful as far as Africa is concerned. So it's now, it's now really much, much better. And so I just, part of it is, just do whatever you can, really. And it's great to have more creative minds involved. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, my connection is back. Then, for example, I'm now invited to.
You have a connection problem, sadly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear you clearly.
Me?
Yes.
Okay.
Am I back?
And also
Yeah,
Eric.
I think I'm back, right?
You have returned.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
perfect. Sorry for disappearing, but I had another question. So personally, I'm now invited for a talk with the ambassador of the Netherlands, and I expect more and more people of trying to create awareness. They will be invited with their ambassadors. So what would you advise me and all those persons that will be able to talk to the ambassadors in Kampala, managing those donor funds? How can we prepare ourselves for those conversations?
For meeting with donor officials and ambassadors in Uganda. So, okay, yeah. I think the best way is really to know exactly what you want to say before you go to see these people. Say it as succinctly and clearly as you can. Because and really make sure to focus on the absolute, the two things. One of them is torture and killing and illegal detention. So those three things, those are the sort of three biggies that Museveni is responsible for. The other is corruption and the loss of hundreds of millions of dollars in donor funds every year, which of course, a lot of that's loans. So the Ugandan people who are already incredibly impoverished, they live on less than $1,000 a year, are going to have to pay that money back. And that's just horrible.
Yep.
So I would stress those two things. And I would also say, because what the donors care about is that Museveni takes care of refugees. So you can say, fine, but maybe those refugees from South Sudan would not be in Uganda if Museveni hadn't meddled in the war there.
Yep.
He meddled in the South Sudan Civil War and probably extended it for many years, leading to many, many deaths and many refugees. So maybe if we had a different leader there, we might have fewer refugees and less of a problem in that whole region. You can also point to, the rather substantial body of evidence that he's also responsible for much of the bloodshed that occurred in the Great Lakes region during the 1990s. and that despite the fact that we value Uganda's contribution to the African Union mission in Somalia, which Western taxpayers fund, but they're not getting anywhere. It's been a 13-year war. It doesn't show any sign that things are dying down. We need to rethink that conflict, and that will involve Uganda. But maybe we need new thinking in Uganda at the top to try to help resolve that situation, or try to find a way forward. Because Museveni is definitely not making things better in Sudan. I mean, that's for sure. I mean, in Somalia, his forces have really they've performed sometimes very, very courageously, and sometimes not. Sometimes they've been not so good. But they have. But that war can't go on forever. So maybe a new leadership in Uganda might have some fresh ideas about what to do there, and diplomatic ideas.
Okay, then you also talked about essentially the two reactions. One is the one of ignorance. So interested in what you're saying about the oppression. The other right is the they know we must assume that they know what they're doing, and then they just become defensive and they try to not talk to you anymore. So let's first focus on that first case, the ignorant officials. How are your experiences with I don't know, building up their interest in the truth about what's going on, and then actually bringing them towards the side of change?
I think the key to activism, actually, are you able to hear me? There you are. I think the key to activism is, and I had to learn this the hard way, is that you can't really do much with people like that. What you have to do is you have to behave like a politician. There's some people whose minds you won't be able to change no matter how hard you try. But what you can do is change the minds of the people around them, change the minds of whoever's minds you can change. And then their minds will change along with it. They will be carried along with the whole movement and the whole momentum of change. So if people are dismissive, that's just means you've got more work to do, and you do it wherever you can find an opening.
Yep. Okay. So that sounds actually that because it will be very difficult to change the minds of those officials that know that they are doing, and even maybe of those that don't know about it but are still limited by for their employment. That if they become critical, they lose their employment or something else. So instead, you look at what's the closest sector of people around those officials. So not just the general population, but maybe the expats in Uganda, or those that care about what's going on in Africa, or somehow have a connection or a link.
Or really work with the Ugandans themselves, actually. I mean, that has proved to be the most powerful constituency, to be honest, at least for me as a non-Ugandan. Watching them, and getting to whatever extent I can be useful to them, working with them and stuff, has been just an absolute inspiration. Because when I first got interested in Uganda, I was thinking, why is no one talking about this? And I began to realize that many Ugandans in the expatriate, the diaspora, were very intimidated and afraid that if they did speak about the abuses in Uganda, that their relatives back home might be harmed, that they would have to live in exile forever, and so on. So they were afraid to speak out, and to see so many of them come out, especially I think inspired by Bobiwine in particular. But really, they've created a momentum of their own. So it's not really just about Bobby. It's about this whole new way of thinking and talking about the problem. So, and that has done more to influence minds in Washington, D.C. than I think anything else. Really.
Interesting. Yeah, and maybe also the ownership people feel of being part of, I don't know, this next generation trying to do something, and then they feel identified and they feel connected, and therefore they take ownership more than ever before in what's going on in the diaspora. Because indeed, the one thing that I found interesting is the difference between the role of the diaspora in this period before the election than it seemed, I'm not sure if I'm correct, in the former election periods, where either we're fundraising, but also the protest, of course, with the arrest, but somehow diaspora is taking a bigger role in shaping the future of Uganda.
Yeah, yeah, and it's fantastic to see, and it's very well organized and very, very outspoken and energetic. So it's great.
Then there was also, I'm not sure, there was at least also another thing they with in mind. So do you also have a message of hope you want to give to the Ugandans at this moment?
Well, you know, I mean, I really do feel that what the changes that I've seen in the discourse around Uganda since, I guess it's about 10 years ago that I became really concerned about the situation there, because I began to understand it in a new way. And the changes over time in the you know, just in the activism that's going on, and in the way the country is perceived by outsiders, and the way the country and its own future is perceived by Ugandans themselves, as far as I can tell, just seems to me amazing, actually. And I think that, you know, whatever happens in this election, it's a foundation for building something much, much, much more important. And I have enormous hope, as I certainly did not, let's put it that way, in the doldrums after the last election, which was so disheartening. I just felt so, like, I don't know, but this now I do, as terrible as things are, I really think that this is Uganda's most hopeful moment in decades, really.
Yeah, interesting. Then I was triggered that also to talk a bit more about vision. So, okay, we have the terrible things Museveni has done. It's very unclear what's going to happen with the election results. But the people power, the ownership, the diaspora, the organization which is coming, it must lead to a new Uganda. So also about this new Uganda. Mm-hmm. We saw peaceful elections or revolutions so far in Tunisia and Egypt, in Sudan. However, they failed to really bring that fundamental change that people were hoping for as soon as the political power was replaced from a dictatorship into the hands of the people. And even though the military tried to hijack it, and a lot of people, they tried to sabotage the project of a new Uganda or a new nation. What do you think are the most important things when the young generation of Uganda managed to get that power in Uganda?
I don't know. I mean, I do think that at the moment we're seeing an enormous sense of solidarity and unity, really. It's very, very dramatic. And I just hope that that holds, because as long as that holds, the country will be in very good hands, I think.
Yep.
The Museveni has done everything in his power to try to fracture the country into you know, to exploit the divisions that actually were pre-existing, because Uganda's had issues with ethnic strife and religious strife and all other kinds of strife throughout its history, at least since colonial times. And I think you know, what I see now is you know, an almost clean situation where there's just really none of that right now, or very, very little of it. And I think that that needs to be maintained. And I think in particular, you know, there's always a tendency to kind of go after the people from the last government, you know, blame the people from the West, or, you know, after Museveni took over, everyone was content to blame the people from the North and the East for the problems that had come before. And there may be a tendency in this case to blame certain people from the West. And I really hope that doesn't happen, because that's a great danger, because it's not their fault. It really is. And it's the fault of a tiny clique of very, very cruel and destructive people, and they need not to be treated cruelly, but to taken through the usual process of justice that I hope will be set up so that we can all find out what happened and why. But retribution and cruelty and even coldness towards people of any ethnicity just for the reason of their ethnicity is really not going to be. It's going to harm and put everything at risk that people have worked so hard to build. So that's what I would say.
Yep. Yeah. Actually, personally, I'm also trying to do as much as I can to have this peaceful transition, because based on the tribalism that the dictatorship is using, Museveni, just by empowering small around him, and you hear about population and the hatred and the frustration that especially it's focused again then against the Western people or the Rwandese, and that creates a dangerous situation that again violent backlashes can happen, or if violence is used by the people. Unfortunately, opposition is very non-violent, and the people have maintained their non-violence. But when violence is used, you see all these ethnic tensions still simmering, and it can easily explode into a much worse situation than it is. So I also hope that far by using maintaining non-violence, I think that was also crucial in maintaining the duty, but that there is a risk of when people decide to use violence that it can become ugly in a very short time.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we watch and we hope and we pray.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you too. I will see you soon.
Okay, perfect. And thank you to all, to Uganda. And I'll be watching, we'll all be watching closely as the results come in. So see you.
Thank you again, and have a good night.
Thanks.
Okay.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
You are watching the vote monitoring program, which tracks live polling results and covers the latest election updates. You Vote Counting Stream, streaming for you live.
Oh, Stephen Gule, please. I didn't
Hi.
actually realize I was on the screen. Please go ahead and show us what's taking place in the tally centers. Well, how are things now? We're clearly waiting for results, but we don't have any results yet. Can you please give us an update?
Do you hear me, Patricia?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Oh, yeah. Well, we are here at the tally center. Behind right here, you see the team is very busy. We have started to receive quite a number of votes. At the moment, we cannot give the figures.
Okay.
Because we are still verifying all the figures coming in, and we want to give real verified information. So in the next few hours or minutes, we shall be updating our viewers. So bear with us and just keep on following us.
Are we able to talk to one of the ladies? Is it possible that we can talk to maybe Nava?
Yeah, sure. Nava. Yeah.
Hello, Nava.
Yes. Yeah, you can speak to Patricia.
Okay. Ate go on the camera and change the camera.
We just have to turn it around.
Hi, Patricia.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm great. Can you please talk to us a little bit about the holdup?
The sound is breaking. I can't really get you.
Please give me a moment. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you talk to us a little bit about what's taking place at the Tally Center right now?
Oh God, it's terrible. I can't get you. Can I maybe use the earphone?
Nava, can you hear me now? If not, don't worry. We'll get back to you later.
Oh, fine.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you please talk to us about what's taking place at the Tally Center at the moment?
Yeah, at the moment, we're receiving the DR forms. They are coming in through the U-Vote. But this is a formal center, so we don't want to give out results now. We're still validating all the DR forms to make sure that the numbers are actually correct.
Perfect. Perfect. And talk to us. Who do you project to win this election?
I don't want to
not based on results. Not based on results. Not based on results. Just in your own opinion, based on the fact that you saw Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert's campaign trail.
Yeah.
And his
Based on the
support.
campaign trail, I could say my prediction is Kyagulanyi would be winning. But I don't want to let the cat out.
Yes.
For now, yes. But keep your fingers crossed. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Is Susan there? Are we able to talk to Susan?
Oh no, she moved into another room, another control
Perfect.
room. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much. We'll get back to you.
Maybe you can talk to Hadija. She's also working with me here.
Absolutely. Let me talk to Hadija.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, why was it so important for you to take a day off work, stop everything you were doing to be here with us today?
Obviously, because I want a new Uganda. We want a best Uganda for everyone. We want, the best situation for everyone. So I really wanted to be part of this and to make sure it was all fair. So that's why I had to take days off until it is really done. I'll
Perfect.
be 2 days, yeah.
And then anything you can tell us right now about the incident reports or not just yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. Perfect. Thank you very much. And we will get back to you a little bit later.
You're welcome.
Perfect. And then now we're going to play the election video that shows the presidential candidates that are running in this 2021 elections.
In the 2021 Uganda general elections, 11 candidates are battling for the highest seat in office. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is presenting himself for the 6th term after 34 years in office, still as a leader of the national resistance movement. He is intent on rigging the vote again, so therefore, we are counting the votes as well. Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, also known as Bobiwine, is presenting himself for the first time, and he is already the biggest challenger and a leader of the NUP, National Unity Platform. We are also counting for Patrick Oboy Amriat, leader of the FDC, Forum for Democratic Change; Mugisha Muntu, leader of the ANT, Alliance for National Transformation; and Norbert Mao as a leader of the DP Democratic Party. Furthermore, we have 6 independent candidates: John Katumba, William Ayambala, Fred Mwesije, Henry Tumukunde, Nance Kalembe, and Joseph Kabuleta. U-Vote is counting your votes. It's about Uganda's Choice 2021.
And there you have it. It's about Uganda's Choice 2021. And obviously in this election, Ugandans are going to decide who the next leader will be. And so we are going to go into conversation with Seblivan Sereko, Edward Abili, and Eric Van Daar. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
Good.
Very
Are you
good.
anxious? Are you as anxious as we all are? I'm very anxious. I want to know what's going to happen.
Yeah, everyone is anxious, and we are trying to see that we control our anxiety, maybe. But so far, what is coming in, and the projections are not bad, and I know we are winning.